Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, January the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Mr. Keith, etc. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? Interestingly, the market is what we're going to be in for a pretty rocky open. But look at all the stocks that are up at least 10%. This is in my pre-market actives up. Okay, all these little guys, some of them littles, well, most of them little. Small cap stocks all up over 10%. Only two are down more than 10%. And my pre-market actives down. So kind of interesting when you see that because the market we're in for a pretty well, I think brutal open, but definitely a negative open. KWeb guys, so China's taking it on the chin this morning. KWeb, AWEB. So BABA. No, I think they've said no, we're not, but some kind of rumor going out there that they're going to move their operations to Singapore. So that's kind of that drops after reports have moved to Singapore. Anyway, lots of China stocks are down today. No point going over them all, but Billy is one that was showing up. Billy is right there. Of course, the EV plays NIO, XBEV, and LI. By the way, the trade of the week is TSN. TSN is the trade of the week, considered live at 65.95, 65.95. Now, I'd probably even wait a little longer. I know what Steve is looking at here. I think that's the high of 65.73 was the high on Friday, and then 65.91, and then 65.94. Forget this topping tail. That was that weird day, so forget that topping tail. And then 66.34. So I don't know. You might even want to wait for 66, but anyway, it's up to you how you manage it if you do take this trade. GMVD, a US patent, GMVD. Trading higher amid the company being granted a patent for vital signs sensors. Okay, so that big move, big move. Another one, way under 1 million shares in the float. GNS. I think what they did is they have some kind of a spin-off that they were able to sell for 37 million. $37 million spin-off of entrepreneurial resorts. AEMD. This is a contract press release. AEMD. Yeah, okay. So this got up to 89 cents, right back down to 60 cents. It's still up 30%. Lots of volume. Trading higher after announced an agreement for NAMSA. I don't think I saw any news on this one. BBBA, BBAI. I don't think I saw any news. It said earnings on this day here. It really popped up, or not earnings. It must have been some news or maybe it was pre-market guidance or something like that, or pre-earnings guidance. Can't remember. It had a huge move. This is on the 12th and faded. And now a little pop. There's the 200-day moving average. Well, you can take a look at our pre-market channel, no-till. But you can have these. This is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market scans, my pre-market actives up and down. But we have a pre-market channel. You can take a look at that. Go to new, click on doc channel bar, and then click on pre-market channel. Right there, pre-market channel. CNEY, big move down on their financing. If there's a price here. Big gap down, guys. Hopefully nobody was in this one. This is down 57%. CNEY. Look at the move too. Look at the move ahead of all this. This was at 65 cents about 7 days ago, all the way up to 221, and then they spring a financing. ATHE, trading higher after the company announced, I guess that its drug prevents loss of brain cells in Parkinson's disease animal model. Okay, so that is the news for ATHE. ARLP is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays I'm seeing this morning. We'll see a lot for the balance of this week. But ARLP through the 200-day moving average, getting to what I consider probably a lot of resistance though. But anyway, this is an earnings play, ARLP. And then another earnings play, some are familiar with this one, of course, Sophie, SOFI, another earnings play. Holding that 200-day moving average before and now popped above it. This has actually got some room, I guess. 781 is the next, is that right? Now 689 is the next high looking left. I'm sorry, 665 is the next high looking left. That's on a weekly chart. When you say for day trading, I understand, no-till, that all it's showing, it's just showing the stocks that are moving the most. This morning, they're up or down. Now, whether they become great day traders later on, but these are the active stocks today. Right now, I mean, obviously there could be more once the market opens, but again, these are the active stocks today. HSCS. So just as I was opening the room, this started to move. Ascendiant Capital putting a $3 buy target on them, profit target, or $3.30 share price target. That's what I wanted to say, a price target, not a profit target, but a price target. All right, anything else sneaking in here? Saw this lion, but no volume really. This is a SPAC. Couldn't quite see who they're looking to buy or merge with. Okay, so this is way back in May. So I don't know if this is who they're actually looking to do a deal with. I don't know what sort of news I'm going to get here. Security matters. Yeah, whatever. Has held talks with Australian technology company Security Matters. So I don't know if that's still on. I don't see any other headline after that. So that might be the company that they are looking to merge with. Don't see any news on it though. This is still moving here, guys. HSCS still moving. I'm not too familiar with Ascendiant Capital, but they have put a price target of $3.30 on these guys. Well, I don't think we even have any floating, very low float as usual. Yeah, BAB is really being thumped this morning, guys. If that is, I'm not sure. I guess the market's not perceiving this as a good thing, if that actually is true, that they're going to move to Singapore, their operations in Singapore from China. I haven't seen this one for a while. We used to see this one quite a bit, almost every day for, this is weeks ago, months ago. ATER, another one that's, okay, Craig Hallam putting a $3 price target on them. CVAC is just popping in here now, guys, through the 200-day moving average. Some positive data, older adults from COVID-19, etc. All right, let's see how active the analysts are this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. Starting to slow down a little bit. So I'm going to get the upgrades in now. Upgrade for Tesla. All right, downgrades in now. I'll copy them all at once. A couple of upgrades for AXTA. Let's take a look at AXTA to see if anything interesting is happening with those two upgrades for AXTA. CVNA, guys, Carvana won't give up here. Carvana, CVNA popping here, getting into what I consider probably some resistance. Could be some resistance, I should say. A few more downgrades to go. Oops, just give me a moment, please, guys. I just messed up something on the other monitor. There we go. Okay, guys, let's take a look at this lion. I didn't. GMVD still strong, not hasn't really pulled back at all. GMVD has some news. U.S. patent. And this little one is still moving higher. HSCS. I thought I wanted to short this one, but CNEY is not shortable, just getting absolutely thumped about with their financing. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar and then click on show more. And that'll bring up our, just to define, there we are, sector status. What you're going to see here, these are the major sectors. And again, we're in for a rocky open, of course. So you would expect that every sector is down. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, what you're seeing when you see 100%, what does that mean? It means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% in red means. And of course, if you just do a quick perusal of the rest of them, there is no positive sector. Now, as always, let's take a look at where they are in relation to their 200-day move. What did I do here? Okay, give me a moment. Okay, we'll start off with XLE and we'll take a look at its 200-day moving average. Yeah, still significantly above it and moving away from it. I mean, it had a little red day on Friday, but still moving away from that 200-day moving average. Retail, always interesting. XRT, where it is in relation to its 200-day. And yeah, I mean, and the 200-day is starting to move down here. You can see the angle is starting to move down. Yeah, so it held 5 days ago. It broke through again and it's holding. And that's the retail ETF, big one. XLP, the consumer staples. And it is below. It is below. Healthcare, XLV. Another one that's just a little bit above. Industrials, XLI. Another one above and moving away. Financials, XLF. It's hovering, moving away, again, moving away, and with the 200-day downward sloping. This is one that should be below XLY. Look at this. I mean, it's interesting that consumer discretionary is actually approaching the 200-day while staples is moving away from it. XLB above. Communications, which has struggled, but now above. Wow, what a move communications has had. And then technology, XLK. And above. So it's interesting. I mean, there are only two of the major sectors that are actually below the 200-day, and both of them are quite close. The rest of them are above the 200-day moving average. Everybody still thinks we're in a bear market, but when you have most of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average, that means something. All right, just checking to see if there's anything kind of sneaking in late. Did see this PEV, a lot of volume actually, PEV, a lot of volume. Obviously an EV play. And man, Tesla just continues its move off that 100. 3 weeks ago, a little more than 3 weeks ago, this was Well, this flirted with 100. 178 now. Amazing. It is below the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving is 233. They got to come up with a new name. I think I said this on Friday. Chat GPT doesn't fly. I mean, Chat AI, yeah, that makes a little more sense, but Chat GPT doesn't fly. At least with me. All right, CVNA. Well, okay, got to look at this one. I mean, it looks like if it could take out 850, 856 or so, it does have some room. Again, this is probably just the memers have got a hold of this one. Yeah, you start with $100,000 no till, okay? There is a way to adjust it, but just for our purposes, you start off with $100,000. Question was how much do you get in the simulated trader? But as I've always said, if you have a $5,000 account or a 10, you specifically, but if you've got a $10,000 account, don't treat it like you've got $100,000. Try to keep it realistic. So there's Lucid, guys. Again, these are still unsubstantiated rumors. This was the rumor mill was in excess on Friday afternoon, saying that the Saudis, their investment fund, may buy the rest of whatever they don't own of Lucid. Here's your key word right there. I made unconfirmed rumors. Now it might happen, but that was the that was the reason for the run of Lucid and some of the other EV players on Friday afternoon. A little bit of a rug pull now for HSCS. Wow, this CNEY is just getting absolutely thumped. Hopefully, no. Wow, look at this. It's even more now. As I was saying, there was no shorts available for me. Look at this. I mean, imagine. I mean, look at the run it had. You got to look at this run ahead of today's. They announced it. I wonder if they announced it after hours yesterday or on Friday. I don't think so. I think they announced it this morning. The financing, but I mean, there was no clue this was happening. For one, starting on the 10th, or sorry, the 20th of January, straight up until Friday, and then they spring a financing. And this is how devastating it can be. And it's and it's not always just little bios. I mean, I don't know what these guys do. Manufacture and supply of wood-based activated carbon, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just little bios that this can happen to. I wonder what the financing price is. I mean, you would think they could have done it closer to, well, in the 150s anyway. This is just getting hammered. I do see they may have, is this a pre-release too? I don't have an earnings date for them, but press release, GAAP EPS of 10 cents, revenue. No, I don't, it's the financing that's killing it. Well, that's the reason, 55 cents a share. I'd be irate if I were a shareholder. Why couldn't they have taken advantage of it up here? I mean, it looks like it's actually just about where it started. Why is the pre-market scanner not show? Well, mine is. I don't know about yours, JA. There's GMVD, GNS right at the top here. And there's AEMD right here. Now my scanner, okay, only shows stocks. That's why it's not showing up here in the pre-market actives up. My scanner only shows stocks $1 and more or more in this particular window. Here, I think I have a 50-cent minimum. Or you could just use mine, JA. I've been using these two for well, almost forever. Ever since I probably 20, I would say since 2010, I have used something like this. The pre-market actives up and down top list. I haven't made very many changes to it in 12 years, 13 years. And of course, this is shareable. 1 minute. I hear a little ping. That must be William telling me 1 minute. Thank you, William. So if you click on my homepage link and go to my scans, scroll down a little bit, find the scans section, you will see the pre-market actives up and down. All right, everybody, I'm going to get set for this open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's have a great start to this trading week. We've got about 20 seconds before the market opens. Okay, we are now open. Let the races begin. I was watching Beyond Meat. I wanted to see if Beyond Meat might have had some strength in it. from Friday, but no. In fact, it's just taken a bit of a header here. This was way up here, right around $20. Look at this. Now, it did pull back all the way to 1850. However, look at the market, guys. We start off with potentially a green bar to start, but we're so, we're only a minute in. Yeah, so China, no, no, China, not today, that's for sure. KWEB, take a look at KWEB. If you don't want to short a specific stock, you can take a look at KWEB. Looks like this might be the first little crack we've seen. I've been talking about KWEB quite a bit on this date here, back in November, looks like November 28th. Had the pop up, based quite a while, had another pop up, kind of based quite a while, but now maybe we're, I mean, if this takes out 33.29-ish, I'm going to stick an alert there. That could signify a bit of a downturn in the majority of China stocks. All right, Genius, GNS is actually holding, not bad. It's still holding pre-market highs. The high looking left is 628. You can see that was last week, 628. If it gets through that, 743 is the next high looking left for Genius. Had some news about selling off. This may not be the right term, a subsidiary, but somehow they sold something of theirs for 30. They're spinning it off for 37 million. Sophie earnings play, SOFI earnings play. A lot of volume coming in. Ton of volume coming in actually. Though it's a big float, 759 million in the float. Peloton, PTON, showing up on my 10-day daily breakout right off the bat. Not interested though, not yet anyway. Too close to 13, too close to what I consider a lot of resistance. All right, there. Wow, the GMVD just absolutely popped right through. I mean, that was sitting at 5 something, and it popped right through. I know Shady had it over 617. The next high looking left is 857 or so. That was really quick. I mean, that was really quick. I was actually going to put an alert at where Shady was talking, but that went right through it so quickly. Again, guys, it's all about the float. All about the float. 705,000 in the float. Again, I guess we can't keep saying insanely low because there's so many of these now with these super low. Now it just got halted. GMVD just got halted. So many of these now with these crazy low float situations. All right, guys, sorry about that. So Genius, though, is not holding its gains here. GNS is not holding its gains, at least not yet. A little bit of a red bar here, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I can see what's going to happen today. We're going to be in for another one of those choppy SPY days with topping tails and well, I shouldn't say that. It's only the first 15-minute candle, but we already have a topping tail now on that first 15-minute candle. Another 8 minutes for this to close. So this one was halted also on the way down. I did see this in the pre-market, BREA, BREA. I did see it in the pre-market. Not shortable for me. At least I don't think it is. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, that surprised me. That's a big move for Peloton now, guys. Wow, that's a huge move. I thought maybe that high of Friday might block it. Not even close. PTON is when I mentioned it was 1276. There is a 50-cent move for Peloton. And 1335 is the next high looking left. 1333, 1335. Look at that weekly chart. Looks like there's resistance, but something's happening with this one. Well, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. GMVD halted at 9:35 plus 14 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening in about a minute from now. Yeah, about a minute from now. If it's a 5-minute halt, this is what I'm talking about. Usually these are 5-minute halts. So you can see it got halted at 9:35 plus 14 seconds. One of the scans I am sharing. Bankruptcy, who cares? BBBY. The memers are getting hold of these again, guys. So there's BBBY, some volume coming in. I haven't looked at crypto, but I'm seeing Mara and a few of the other crypto stocks. What is Bitcoin doing right now? BITO. Actually, it's not. It's just basically flat, but Mara is moving down. And GMVD just resumed at, wow, $7. I was hoping it might pull back down to 673. And there's your mini rug pull, guys, not a mini one. So you got to be awfully careful. I mean, look at this. I got up to 719 and pulled back $1 almost immediately. Now this would pop up again, but and it just got halted. I think it got halted on the way down. So you got to be awfully careful, awfully careful. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down now. And here is your potential open 565. It's halted at 627, 565. So hopefully if you took that one, you took your profit or most of it, because this is not looking pretty right now. It doesn't mean for the rest of the day, of course, but another one from last week, BuzzFeed, BZFD, kind of moving down also now. Memers, guys, Carvana, CVNA. So again, the next high looking left, 862, 864. So it's above those. So 854. I'm just trying to check some of these highs over here. 949 looks like the next high looking left for Carvana, CVNA. All right, well, we are starting off with a green bar, a little bit of a topping tail. That's the 15-minute SPY candle. Can it hold it? That's the big, that's the question. SPY is trying to come back. Market's trying to recover a little bit. NAS is down. Dow is down. NAS is down more than Dow. Yeah, Carvana. I mean, the memers have got a hold of it. And there's no doubt. There's no other reason for it. There's no news on this one. Remember the star on Friday? AI, guys. Remember this one? Just had just a tremendous day, basically all day up. So it's a little bit of a pullback. It tried to get up to Friday's high, and it pulled back somewhat. Okay, GMVD, did you open? Not yet. So this may not be a 5-minute halt. Well, it's not going to be a 5-minute halt for sure. CVNA, yeah, CVNA on a mission, but GMVD is not resumed yet. And now CVNA is halted. 949, next high looking left for CVNA, 949. All right, are there any reversals for the China stocks? KWEB, let's take a look at KWEB, see if there's any, I mean, there's a big bottoming tail there. And now the next candle is green. So I was just looking at DADA, DADA, looks the same. Yeah, big bottoming tail. The market, guys, market's resilient. Look at this. So that was a solid green bar to open. And now, as we speak, we're only a minute in, 2 minutes in to the second 15-minute candle, surging here. All right, I guess I better talk about it. Ape is on the move here, guys. I know some news about March 15th is when or March 14th, date set for conversion vote. Okay, so Ape is on the move. A lot of volume. Big float, 500 million in the float. Looks like 283 is the next area for Ape. Or maybe the 250 mark. I'm looking at the daily chart before it could stall. But the China stock coming back, guys. BZ coming back. Another one, QFIN. So some of the China stocks are starting to bounce. OTRK. Why do I have an alert here for OTRK over $1? Yeah, I must have put this some time ago. I certainly don't care about it right now. Well, guys, nervous moments right now. If you're still in this GMVD, hopefully, if you are, it's not horrible. I mean, 588 from 627. Let's see if this holds and maybe pops through the 627. This will open, if it's a 10-minute halt, it's going to open in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you open? Not quite, but at least that bid ask is coming up to the halt price. So they still haven't opened this one. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales, this blue block, this blue window that you see is from Interactive Brokers. But boy, there's going to be a longer halt then, maybe a 15-minute halt. As opposed to CVNA. CVNA was the 5-minute halt. You can see right there, 9:45 plus 53 seconds, open right on the second, 9:50 plus 53 seconds. So that was right on a 5-minute halt. Okay, GMVD just resumed. It did resume. There's the VWAP, guys, 616. Let's see if we can take out the VWAP. That might get it running again. It didn't have a huge collapse. There's the VWAP 616. It's right underneath the VWAP. I'm talking about GMVD. Doesn't look as good now, guys. GMVD. Well, got my price alert set just over the VWAP. See if it takes it out later, and if it does, I may take some just to, as it did hit what 5 or 7 something 724 was the high. Not a recommendation to do the same thing. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing. Well, guys, bounce play should be working pretty well now. I mean, we had a gap down in the market, but look at the recovery. We've got now almost, well, not quite half an hour, but certainly 15 minutes plus 8 minutes of up, so 23 minutes or so. Interesting. Riot is moving. I wonder if is Mara moving against Riot? Let me look at Mara now. Okay, Mara is moving somewhat, but Riot certainly is moving. Oh boy, keep an eye on this GMVD. I mean, look, remember when it popped, it really ran. It popped through everything so quickly. So I may have to actually watch this on a chart instead of just relying on a price alert. More China, guys. Ooh, now we're getting a huge topping tail on that SPY. All right, I think this was the reverse split on Friday. So this has not been adjusted, obviously in the chart has not been adjusted. Yeah, the only way you can do that no-till, to have some kind of an automatic stop loss put, you'd have to set up your either your own strategy with a stop loss that you want. Okay, otherwise you're going to have to do it manually. If you're just starting out, I mean, I think manually is still the way to go, just to get used to understanding where you want to put a stop loss. Otherwise, where are you going to put your stop loss for every single stock? You know, if you're gonna put it at the low of the day, every single stock, fine. But where are you going to put your stop loss that's going to be the same for every single stock? But down the road, yeah, you can create your own with the buy button here. I mean, you can assign a strategy with like a stop loss that you want every single trade you're in. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, you can do it by, I mean, risking $100 per trade, you can, but where are you going to put your stop loss? Where are you going to put your stop though? But you can do it. You can say, okay, every trade I get into, I'm going to risk $100 or 200 or whatever that number is. Because, okay, I'll just very, very quickly take a look at a strategy here. So your order details, position sizing. So you could, based on a stop loss, risking $100, but now you have to pick your stop loss, which will be the same for every stock. Okay, I don't mean the same dollar value, of course, but I mean, where are you going to put your stop? The low of the day. And if you're going to say like a certain percentage below the trade, again, I just don't agree with it because I mean that's just sort of very arbitrary. I mean, to me it doesn't make any. Look at Best Buy. I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. No, look at this thing go now. 350 is the next high looking left. I mean, you'll hear me say this all the time. I think a stop loss should be based on something rather than just say, well, I'm going to risk 20 cents a trade or 1% a trade. In my opinion, it should be based on something more, call it scientific, maybe where there is a support area on the chart. And so if it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the trade. But it's up to you. And also, if and I'm not just talking to you, but I mean, if you're starting out trading, you should not be in more than two positions at the same time. Consequently, when you get into one, it's not that big a deal to do it all manually. Well, guys, yeah, Carvana is just having an amazing day now, approaching 10. Next high over here, 949, it broke through that. 1091 is the next high. Looking left. The memers are all over this one. Riot's got a little bit of room to the $7 level, guys. Riot, a little bit of room. It's through the 200-day, 661 is the 200-day, it's at 670 right now. So the market's, well, remember I was talking about that big topping tail on that second 15-minute chart? Not really. Buyers came in. Okay, this is an earnings play, guys. ARLP is an earnings play. Now, the issue might be, that 23 level. Looks like there's a pretty decent resistance around that 23 level, a little bit above. Yep, that'll determine how many shares you buy. But what's support? What is support? That's the whole thing. What is support? Your idea of support might not be the same as mine or anybody else or others. So that's a difficult, that's a difficult aspect of. All right, ONON, guys, ONON. What's the next high looking left on the weekly is $25. So it's got some room on the weekly, ONON. What's the volume like? Not bad. Well, today the memers are just really, really got a hold of these things. Even the GME. The question is for how long? So GME, the high on Friday was 23.31. So with the GMVD, it may not be over. So it looks like it's certainly resting right now. Again, I'd just be putting an alert above the VWAP and see if it can take that out later on. But right now it's definitely starting to fade. Boy, Riot is, it's like they have news on its own because Mara is not doing the same thing. Normally they kind of trade in tandem, but Riot is definitely, look at this market, guys. What a recovery. Dow's now positive. SPY is almost neutral. All right, let's take a look at some of these races now, early races. OBLG, didn't really see this one. OBLG, low float. Let's see if there's any news on this one. OBLG. I saw LICY had a downgrade this morning. And they actually it's an earnings play. LICY is an earnings play this morning. That's right. It's one of the few ones that I saw. It was actually down a little bit, but it's gone now positive. Other Bitcoin play, guys, BTBT. All right, guys, again, just going to take a look at some of the Macy's. How's Macy's doing? 23.58. Next high looking left, probably too close. Now this could be interesting. Vera, this is a gap down and reversal play. Moving with the market. VERA. I don't think there's any. Actually, they did have some news, both of mid-stage. That's a nice picture. Kidney inflammation disorder, et cetera, et cetera. Market did not react that positively, but trying to come back. More importantly, when you look left, the next high is the Friday's high is 951. So there is a lot of room if this wants to go. Now you might think maybe 846, so 850 pre-market. There might be a little bit of resistance there. This one's got a little bit of room, guys. Maybe not. Yeah, 761. I'm just looking at looking left VTNR. I thought maybe it had a little more room to run to maybe that 850 mark, but no, there's doesn't mean just because there is a high at a certain day, it's going to stop there, but it just basically prevents me from taking the trade. Pfizer's on the move, guys. PFE. I think there's actually a red bar ignored on the 15, I think. Or on the 5, sorry. Yeah, red bar ignored on the 5-minute, 15-minute chart for Pfizer, PFE. The high looking left on Friday was 44.34, so it's probably a little too close. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not really seeing, I haven't taken a trade yet. I'm just still kind of biding my time. Haven't seen, obviously I could have chased some things and it would have worked, but I just won't chase. So I'm just kind of biding my time right now, trying to get a better setup, something more to my way of trading. GNS, I'm just going to say GNS though. GNS, just one moment, please. GNS just went higher. One thing, I do have thumbnails, so I happen to see this. It's a big pop. I mean, $1.05 to 6, and it just got halted. GNS just got halted. This is interesting. APLD, guys. I'm looking at the weekly chart. Next high is 446, so there's about $1 away. Do I see any news? I'm looking, I don't see any news on this one. APLD, like 10%, decent volume, 1 million shares, 12 times normal, and that's the APLD. Yeah, GMVD doesn't look that good anymore, guys. But hey, later on in the day, you never know. It could pop $1 right through that VWAP and it could be on its way again. So I've just got a price alert set up in that area, and we'll see what happens later on. PHG, I think, is an earnings play. Yeah, PHG Phillips is an earnings play. PHG. I just don't like. I just look left. I just sort of see some resistance areas. I want to see a nice void gap that a stock could keep running until it hits the next high. I'm just not seeing it. Remember data? We saw this. I saw this one. It popped up and actually went positive, and now it's starting to drop with the market. Let's take a look at KWEB, see if KWEB's doing the same thing. It's if the China stocks are following suit. A little bit. CBAY. Take a look on the weekly chart. Where is the next area of resistance? When? Wow, this is quite a while ago, guys. Yeah, this is back in 2019. We're going back not quite 3 years, but or 4 years. So there's not a lot of resistance for the CBAY. Pretty extended on the weekly. What a run it's had. I'm not sure we have a float for that one. I think I looked earlier. HSCS, HSCS. Let's take a look. Do we have any float information? Oh, we do. We've got 6 million in the float. 6.25 million to be exact. Okay, guys, GNS just opened. And I was just going to say, challenging that high of 618. It just did it. It just took it. Well, 628 is the high. 628 is the high. And it really exploded through that. That's the high of 5 days ago, I guess. Very whippy. I'm just watching this time in sales. It's going kind of crazy. If it really takes us out in a big way, this meaning 628. 628 key. Can it run? Can it really run? Remember that float, I mean, it's not the crazy low. I mean, now we have to start looking at 10 million being a big float now. But seriously, yeah, look, I mean, it just didn't want to hold. It would have to be awfully quick to get some out at that 640 mark. All right, guys, I will be right back. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, there's your answer. There was your answer on the GNS. It pulled back down and then it came right back through that six and it exploded from there. The 628, that's kind of my trigger. I almost bit the first time. And it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout now in a big way. There was the original alert. That was that 628 that I was, worried about, but I mean, it had to break. It did break it originally, and then it came right back down. And then the second time it broke, it exploded through. Look at the volume that's come in. Look at that volume, biggest volume bar of the day now. But you better manage the trade, guys. I mean, you can't allow it to come right back down. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1180, I believe. No, 743. 743 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Okay. Just checking some of these early movers here. This one is still hanging tough. The HSCS is still hanging tough. Next high looking left is 222. That may be too close. You know, it just might be too close. Whoa, look at the market. Oh boy. Look at the market, guys. Look at this SPY candle right here. Something's hitting it. Come on, GNS. Can you take out 7? You're not affected by the market at all. So 743, again, the next high looking left for GNS, the next high. Well, this is your alpha stock. Look at the market, this big red candle. Look at GNS, big green candle, doesn't care. All right, I've taken some off now. I almost took some off 7, but I'm just a little wondering if it's going to take out that 743. So this could drop just like that too. So meanwhile, the memers are starting to give it up with the market to a certain extent. Looking at GME and looking at AMC and looking at APE, they're starting to give it up. I'm sure Carvana probably doing the same thing. EPOW just got halted on the way up or on the way down. So EPOW EPOW just got halted on the way up. The next high looking left is 432. This could be an interesting open. And there's your headline. Rob, as you pointed out, yes. So again, the next high looking left is 432, 435, and if it really gets rocking, 513. All right, guys, GNS may not be over. I'm out of most of it. I just don't want to run the risk of having a completely rug pulled on me. But again, there's your next high looking left, 743 for GNS on the weekly chart. Did have some news today. As well as trying to combat the evil naked short sellers, where it did have some news. Pretty low float for EPOW, China company, China stock, 11 million in the float. Interesting. AI falling here. AI. This might be an interesting short. Give me a moment here. Yeah, this could be an interesting short, guys. I mean, this is certainly giving it up. AI had the big run on Friday, underneath 17. Obviously, lots of room underneath. The next low looking left, of course, is Friday's low of 15, and 1578 is the 1578 is the 200-day moving average. Low 80s probably gets me into a short on this one. I want to see it leave 17 behind. So I'm looking at around that 1680, 182 mark. Not a recommendation to do the same thing, just pointing out what I'm seeing. And that is for the AI. A lot of option volume today on that one too. 5.7 times normal. There's the total contracts, 19,000, which is 5.7 times normal. In terms of option, total option contracts. That is for the AI. Not our AI, but this AI. Well, EPOW just opened, guys. EPOW just opened, approaching that high of 432, which was it's at that high now, 432 of Friday of Thursday. 435 is the next high, and then after that, the fantasy area at 513. I'm not in this one. Just got halted. Halted again, guys. You could tell it was going to get halted when you were looking at, if you had the bid and ask up, you would have seen it was 432, 433, and not moving. And for something this wild, that would not have happened. So you knew it was going to get halted. Now, there are actually shorts available for me on this one, EPOW. There are shorts at Interactive Brokers. I'm going to see if this, just kind of fizzles out soon. And we're back into our schizo market. We had a nice 45-minute run and now 30 minutes. Not quite, it hasn't, this last candle has not closed. Looks like it wants to wipe it all out. So you got to be quick, guys. You take a trade, you better be following it, depending on, if especially if it's more or less tracking what the market's doing. Oh, this one doesn't care. HSCS so far doesn't care. But who are these guys? Ascendiant. I don't know these guys at all. I mean, I've seen the name, but Ascendiant. So they put a $3.30 price target on them this morning. Okay, so that's the only reason I can see for this one moving the way it is. Initiated cover, $3.30 price target. I don't know how well. I guess Ascendiant must have some clout. All right, guys. My homepage time. What are some of the things you're going to find on my homepage? Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15% in both cases. The big difference is the AI. Only one alert so far today from that. Nothing really earth-shattering happening from that one alert. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You should go. In fact, you should go monthly to start, just to make sure you want the program. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Now, there's no problem. You want to keep a monthly subscription, no problem. Just know that that's what you're going to pay going forward, 118 and 228. If at any time, though, when taking out a monthly subscription, you do want to take on an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo. As always, if you do decide to take out a subscription, please do the get started. Okay, 10 short videos covering your download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Trading 101, I really recommend this. If you are new to trading, I really recommend this as a free service or free resource. It'll take you through literally from what is a stock, trends, candlestick patterns, etc. And it's a free resource. I do a daily stock of the day. You can sign up for this. Of course, that is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is a free service. How is TSN doing? Probably not great with the market being down. The trigger was 65.95 and it did not trigger. Okay, so TSN is the trade of the week, but the suggested entry was 65.93 and it did not trigger. So far it was a non-event. But that is free. You can sign up for it. Now, if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder. Education, big education link is here. Nice user guide. Getting started. That is the same thing. The getting started, the 10 short videos. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a T window, the top list window, and stock racing. Okay, you should nail those. You can look at other aspects in the guide, of course. Probably at some point you want to be able to put a price alert on a chart, maybe a sound alert on your different windows, so you know which window to look at when you hear a sound, but you don't have to learn everything. Here's it getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over for me. And today being Monday, it should be Chris Varley. And if I'll put I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break, and he'll take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. More educational videos that we have for trade ideas. Last, my scans. So again, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down, and here are my scans. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. The 10-day daily breakout, which I showed you, had some really interesting alerts today. But I've got other scans that I'm sharing, so here they are. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then my code. Room gets credit, I get some credit, room is free. And also though, if you save my link, you can have access to my scans at any time in this big education section. I do change up my scans from time to time, so good idea to keep my link, and you can take a look at it anytime. Well, Cozy Manuki, I think I've seen you before. Well, I mean, the idea is that you can set up your own scans, of course. Okay, I'm talking about, I'm a more of a momentum trader. Okay, so I am seeing things that are, but look at the GNS. I mean, my focus on GNS, sure, it was moving before, but my focus was on it taking out that 618 or whatever that number was, and it did it briefly, and then it came back, then it pulled back down, and then it popped up again. So if you were listening to me and that met your trading plan, you could have taken the trade. Okay, even though it had already been moving, but for me, it had to take out a critical level. But you may be a trader that wants to play pullbacks. So I mean, you can always set up, a scan that looks more for pullbacks. I mean, you can set up a scan for everything. What I'm trying to do is just point out opportunities all day long. Look at this market. Wiping out that 45 minutes of that beautiful gain in 45 minutes. Also, things that moved in early in the day. Sometimes they set up later on. We're look at the I don't know if it's going to, but GMVD. I mean, this may move later on. I've got an alert set around the VWAP area. With that float, anything could happen. So yeah, so even though things that move, but there are pullbacks. So I just try to point out opportunities, interesting things to look at. You can set up your own price alerts. You have to have your own trading plan though. If you're here to just to hear me tell you what to buy or sell, it's not the right room. Here's another one, HSCS. You might be somebody says, well, you know what, I like it, but I want it to pull back maybe to the VWAP 185. So you stick an alert there. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to trade, of course. You don't have to be strictly a momentum trader. But I've seen you before in here, so obviously, I don't know if you ever took out a subscription, but trading isn't easy. But you never should follow anybody. You should just have your own trading style, your own plan. CVNA right here. Okay, look at this. Held the VWAP, holding the VWAP. If this is something that you want to get interested in, maybe you put a price alert over 10, around $10. See if it takes it out again. And if it does, you're looking left, it's got some room to keep moving. just stuff like that. But this, this is y'all, everybody has to develop their own trading style. There's no right or wrong. Well, this Carvana takes out 10 again. It could get rocking again. What did it get up to? Got up to 1023. The next high looking left, 1091. So I mean, it's got the room, if it wants to keep running. And when I say that, I don't mean it's getting to 1091, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. But other reasons why it won't keep moving higher, but at least one of them will not be chart resistance. The other thing is, use our simulator, practice trading using our simulator. And this isn't easy either, and I'm not just talking to you, Cozy Manuki. It's just, I mean, the market's been pretty choppy. The last seems like month. You get these nice moves up and then they get just wiped out. So you've got to be definitely have to be a lot quicker, in my opinion, to take profit. Here's the first one on the way down here. My 10-day daily breakdown. Then note. Oh, look at this. All-time low, NOTE. Boy, not very many shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. And this may be really tough to get, not just because of the shorts, but it's down 27%. That uptick rule is certainly in effect. It might be tough to get. Any news on this one? They acquired Dragonfly. That was the news on the 27th. The market doesn't like that. Yeah, I didn't think that GNS was falling apart. Bottoming tails also. Okay, so bottoming tails. Sellers were trying, but the buyers trying to close it higher anyway. Yeah, EPOW went really nowhere. I mean, I guess when it came out of the halt, it had a bit of a little pop and nothing more. Yeah, I mean, look how choppy some of these things have been, The CVAC was up, down, trying to come back. He's had a couple of upgrades today, guys. AXTA, modestly working. AXTA, modestly working on those upgrades. Ah, man, what a great short that GME would have been. 23 something down to 22 now. 23, yeah, about $1.50 move from the highs here. Basically following the market. The other thing about the races, guys, the ones that are winning races or moving up, they're not necessarily at the highs of the day. They could have pulled back and then they're starting to move again. So, you can use the races for pullback plays too. I mean, not every one of them, again, are making new highs of the day. Here's another one, CHGG. There's the high of the day up here, 2154, but because of what's happening right there on this 15-minute, it was leading a race. I'm not saying it's going to win it, but you can kind of see what happens. Pull back, little pop. The VWAP is 2119, a little bit above it. If that is your style, to take trades that are breaking above the VWAP and then putting a stop just underneath it, then, this is something maybe to look at. Hard to see on a 15-minute chart, but if I look at a 5-minute chart, you can see why it's leading a race right now, because see that little green candle there? There's a 5-minute chart. And again, the racing. These two races that I'm sharing, all races start off from a top list window. You'll notice when I right click on a top list window, there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. So in this particular top list window, and this is mine, and these are the two that I'm sharing. If a stock is between, let's take a look. If a stock is between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares have traded, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, then that's how stocks will make this list. And then what the races do is that I run 4-minute races. So I have a minute and 40 left in this race, this 4-minute race. So what does this mean with HSCS at the top here, 7.8%? That means since the race started, again, I'm 2.5 minutes into the race, this stock has moved the most, okay, compared to all the other stock that meet all the filter requirements. Just like any other race, but you'll see jockeying for position. Because it's leading right now doesn't mean that something else could maybe overtake it. So you'll never miss anything. So it's the idea behind the top lists before where you could sort on any filter column. So right now I'm filtering right now by I'm sorting on this change from the open percent. So this is telling me that HSCS is up 88% from the open. This TSS 34%, etc. That's great, but how do you actually use it to trade? Especially if what if CPRX down here at 4.3%? What if it all of a sudden it starts to move? Now it's up 5%, 8%, 10%. You'd never see it. But with the races, you will, because the races, these stocks, they don't care the fact that HSCS is up 82% from the open. All the races care about is what stock is moving the most. Everybody starts off at the same position. What stock is moving the most during the race? Okay, so in this particular case, it happens to be HSCS, but it could have been some stock that's buried down here that you'd never see. And then at the end of the race, there's a winner. So that's what happened. HSCS won. And today it has won 7 races. OBLG has won 4, etc. So there is a watch list that is automatically created for you, the ones that win the most races. So now you can start to look at these stocks during the day, see if they set up for you. They don't have to be making new highs of the day. They could be pulling back to a moving average, to the VWAP. Look at it, OBLG. I'm just saying it is now, a 35% move since the race started. So I think that somebody who's new to trading, this is invaluable, that it creates a watch list for you that you can watch all day long. And this race, it's similar. It's not going to be as volatile. You will not see usually huge percentage moves. I'm sorry, that is not, it did not move 42%, it moved 9%. This is up 42% for the day, but it moved 9% since the race started. This one here, it's similar. The big difference though is that I put a couple of additional filters here. One is a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So consequently, you will not see huge percentage moves here, but there's still really, look at AXTA. Here it's holding the VWAP. Maybe it keeps going later. Maybe it keeps going now. You just look left. What sort of room does it have? I noticed I had a couple of upgrades this morning. So if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe concentrate on this race a little bit more. This race is more exciting, no question. You'll get bigger percentage moves, but with bigger percentage moves comes the volatility. Stocks can go up and down very rapidly. These are a little more sane. Meanwhile, again, 1.98 million in the float. Now, in this race here, I don't stipulate a maximum float or a maximum market cap. It's just I don't have those filters in place at all. So that's why, anything can come in here. And typically for a stock to be up 16%, from in 3 minutes, typically it has to be a low float. And that's what it is, 1.98 million. Again, the float is the number of shares available for trading. And so If that's very low, and I consider anything under 20 million low, but I might have to adjust my thinking. Should be maybe 10 million. So the lower that number, and if a stock is in play for whatever reason, maybe a press release, maybe it's earnings. So there's high demand, low supply, boom. That's what can happen. And now the actual in this one, this is interesting. It's only 783,000 shares, but that's 14 times normal. Okay, so that's sort of telling us that, well, there's high demand, low supply. Like anything else, you go to the grocery store now, and if something is a little sparse on the shelves, probably the price is going up. Low supply, high demand, price goes up. High supply, low demand, price goes down. And our schizo market at work again, guys. So now we've got some green bars. Well, not in this one, but boy, oh boy, what a move. OBLG. Not early. Didn't see any news on it. Not that it has to have news that I can see. Regain compliance on the 19th. Ah, that's right. They did a 1 for 15 reverse split. What are these reverse splitters, guys, that's just gone crazy? But typically when you see a move like this, it's because there is some news on it. They'll pump out anything they can to try to get the stock moving. I don't see any. Well, BBBBY, how many B's did I say? Triple BY, Bed Bath and Beyond, reclaiming 3, VWAP held. Well, not quite. It didn't really hold, but it went below the VWAP, but then it moved above the VWAP again. VWAP is at 293. Again, that could be something, if you're a VWAP player, you like to see things come back to the VWAP, and maybe now then you watch what is it doing. Maybe you take that trade if the VWAP looks like it's holding. And there's the Carvana just mentioned. I mean, there's the Carvana now taking 10 out again. See how the VWAP held? The VWAP 939. Oof, this could be an interesting one. DX, especially if it takes out 14. What's the next low looking left? 1380. I thought maybe there'd be more room underneath. This is big, big. It's an earnings play. Did not see this in the pre-market, but DX is an earnings play. So this is getting hit. And it's down 6%. I mean, it's not a huge drop, but I mean, nonetheless, after basing for quite a few, for a couple of weeks and a couple of Thursday, Friday pops ahead of earnings come out and market reacting not well. Yeah, this won't stop. OBLG through the 200-day now. Yeah, with the AI, I was looking maybe to short this, but it actually popped up. Now maybe, it depends what the market does, but anything with AI in the name right now is going to get some action. All right, guys. Kind of semi-interested in the BBBY holding three. I think it has room to about 340. But there's no question Carvana is the one today in terms of the memers. Up 30 odd percent. Yeah, I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond, it's up 20%. If it's not terrible, but definitely Carvana, CVNA. Okay, Pfizer now. I was looking at this potential long earlier. We had a red bar ignored, but this is now breaking underneath 44. Um, it's not really tracking the market right now. It's kind of trading on its own. Big float, of course, 5.6. Has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Interesting. Pfizer has earnings tomorrow, PFE, before the market opens. I think a lot of bets were being placed. Huge move for Carvana. I mean, this on that 15-minute candle, about $1 in less than 10 minutes. And there's your sell-off now for OBLG, 480 down to 4. Right at that 200-day, or yeah, the 200-day moving average, 407. It literally got to that high right there, 477. But again, that's why I'm saying you cannot wander away from your computer when you're in one of these low float situations. Okay, you cannot do it thinking, oh wow, it's going to keep running. I'm just race downstairs, get something, and come back. Even if it's like 10 seconds, this can happen. You've got to be sitting there prepared to take some profit, in my opinion. I know this might have some room, guys. The CPRX, it's had the big down day. When Tiva came, well, I don't know if they've come out, but they say they've got a generic version of CPRX's drug. Okay, so that's what caused this huge move down. Recovered a couple of days, and the last 2 days before today moved down. But it's got a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 1645. So I mean, if it holds, the VWAP is there. Where's the VWAP? Yeah, he's got jumbled. Just give me a moment. The VWAP is at 1572, so it's above the VWAP. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And took the CPRX, okay, 1608. See if it's pretty tight stop. It's either going to work pretty quickly or it's not going to work at all. I'm just looking left here and see if it can kind of regain. I'm looking at the market, see if the market can kind of help it. 1645 is the next high looking left, so we'll see. The GNS guys, GNS and also GMVD. Now GMVD is definitely basing here. You can kind of just see it, look here. So again, because of the float, if this catches some volume coming in, this could pop it right through again. So that's why I've got my alert set up there. And the GNS looks similar. GNS looks kind of similar. A little bit of a base. Remember, guys, wow, the bottoming tails are maybe telling a bit of a story here for the GNS. Look at the bottoming tails on that 15. All these sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers have been closing it higher. Eventually, the buyers will give up, or the sellers will give up for a while anyway. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the CPRX long, as I thought it would either work fairly quickly or not at all. So I took a little loss on that. Super cheap one, guys. IVDA just showing up now for me. It's over $1 coming into the 200-day. Low float. I don't know anything about this company. Don't think I've ever seen it. IVDA. Yeah, I'm just pointing it out because it showed up on a scan. That's all. Not because it's wonderful. You can't know if it's wonderful or not until you actually look at the chart. Okay, so here, I mean, this one, BBAI, saw what it did in the pre-market, got all the way up to 4, back down to 3, kind of holding. There's the VWAP, 309. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP, maybe it gets going. So I'm going to stick an alert around 3:15 or so. Maybe that's all it's going to take. There looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around 350 on that pre-market. Well, that's a long time ago, that controversy about talcum powder and all. Another cheap one, guys, for those following the really cheap ones, OPAD. I have seen this one before when it was a lot more expensive. Wow, this was up to 690 last year. Good chop. Look at this, guys. I mean, we had the 45 down, 45, sorry, 30 minutes down, big. Little recovery, but now another red bar. Very choppy action. Note is not available for me anymore at Interactive Brokers. Last time I looked, there were about 3,000 shares, but it may not be dynamic enough. It is an all-time low, though. NOTE. Didn't move very much, but Pfizer moved a bit here. I was mentioning Pfizer underneath that 44 mark, PAFE, moved a little bit. All right, you would think maybe this is coming into some support. The SMR looks like there's some support around that 1050, 1060 mark. So is a bounce about to happen for SMR, but you'd like to see the market on your side a little bit. Okay, guys, GNS over 7 again. GNS takes out that high, 727, could rock again. Remember the high over here is 743. The next high on the weekly chart, 743. It's tough trading, Paul. You're right. I mean, look, bottom tails, topping tails now on the last 45 minutes of the SPY chart. Direction really, really difficult. Just not finding a lot of things that are trending either in either direction, like well. So that's why I usually sit on my hands for a long, long time before I do anything. All right, guys. Wow. I'm okay. PHG. I mean, it's got a huge float. I don't know. Maybe it'll move. PHG is an earnings play, but 1818 just looks like there's just too much resistance, potential resistance, not that far away. I mean, arguably, CVNA has been the star, holding holding the VWAP and moving. Now the daily, 1091, the next high looking left. I mean, I guess if it takes that out, 1168, anything is possible. Didn't think I'd be using CVNA and star in the same sentence. Okay, so first struggle for GNS to get through 7. Let's see if the next time is gold. Okay, GNS, let's see if the next time it gets through. Spread's okay, 3-cent spread right now anyway. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break in about 25 minutes. Chris Farley, I'm pretty sure it's Chris. I'll make sure he'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room at between 12 and 1. Uranium seemed to be strong today. Let's take a look at CCJ just to, yeah, uranium is strong today, pretty strong anyway, CCJ. Nice run it's been on. Look at this multi-week run it's been on, 21 to 28 in a couple of months for CCJ. NXE is another uranium play, I think. NXE, another uranium play. So uranium stocks are strong today. All right, Flow, FLO, Flowers Foods. VWAP is 27.25, so it's sitting right on the VWAP. Will it take it out? And it tried to get through the on the 200-day moving average. So basically, the 200-day and the VWAP are the same. Okay, so will it move down below it in any great fashion? The low of the day is 26.54, or the low in the pre-market anyway is 26.54. Actually, 26.50. Let's see if we can take out the VWAP and move down. Or maybe it holds, maybe both of those hold and it moves up. Just don't know. Pretty good volume, 2.6 times normal. So we know it is trading abnormally volume wise. Not a ton of volume, but for it today, that is a little abnormal. Well, here's Canon, CAJ. Earnings play today, guys. 2120 is the next low looking left, and that's where it is. Boy, if Canon, what's the next low here? 2115. Now, what am I doing here? 2108. Yeah, so 21. If it takes out 21, this is Canon. CAJ is an earnings play today. Really doesn't trade very much. Why can I say that? 392,000 have traded today, which is 4 times normal. So it doesn't trade very much, even on the day it has earnings. Big float, almost $1 billion in the float. So all right, it is Chris. Chris will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. About 20 minutes from now, or earlier if Chris wants to show up. I don't know if he's listening to me. Yeah, I'm just not finding anything in this market today, guys. Other than that one quick trade on the GNS, and then a little short of the CPRX, which small loss. Just not finding much. Drive me crazy. I'm seeing some of these alerts, the EPD, and then I look and say, ah, man, look at the 200-day moving average. It's pretty close. I'm just looking for something that has a lot of room either underneath if I want to short or a lot of room on top if I want to go long. Otherwise, you can just get chopped up. You take some of these things and you just get chopped up. Now, this afternoon we could have a different market, especially if something like the GNS, maybe the GMVD, if it catches a bid and starts to move. All right, the tattooed chef is on the move a little bit here, guys. TTCF, does it have any room? Oh, let's take a look here. Tattooed chef. This was one of the earlier SPACs that flamed out. 146. Yeah, so the next high looks like 194. So between here and two could be some pretty tough resistance. But the volume came in though. Look at the volume that came into TTCF. Okay, I'll be right back. Well, that's why I wait, guys. Look at the GNS now. I mean, I could have said, it'll take out 7. I'll just buy it. But look at it now. So you can really chop up your account because if you're going to put a stop in, you'd be stopped out more than likely, unless you take very few shares and put some, huge stop in place. But, you can just get chopped out by trying to anticipate a move. Just let it happen. If it doesn't happen, move on. All right, let's see if anything is happening in the large cap gainers. I mean, the CVNA, I mean, it's probably, it's kind of setting up, basing a little bit here. It does have some room looking left. 1091 is the next high, a little bit of room looking left. Why should it be moving? Why should Hellbiz be moving? Because of their announcement about chat GBT? I mean, why should it be moving, Prana? Maybe that's a better question that you would want to take a stab at. Why should this be moving? Yeah, but just because volume is high doesn't mean a stock is moving. It can go higher. It could go lower too. Big sell off. I mean, they're trying to. What are they trying to do here? Yeah, I mean, okay, they're incorporating. I mean, listen, every company out there now is going to try to put Chat GPT in a press release. Okay, and for whatever reason, and plus, 64 million in the float. It's not crazy low. Maybe if it was less than a million, maybe it would have moved. Yeah, I know, and they're trying to, get involved with these. I shouldn't say with these other companies, but sort of joining the trend of these companies trying to counteract the naked short sellers. Okay, but it doesn't mean that it's going to move. I mean, it had a little flame at the in the pre-market up to 33 cents, and now the drop. What else should there be? Probably a viable business. I mean, I don't know. I used to see them making announcements about streaming services in Italy. I don't know, football, things like that. But in all seriousness, I mean, what's the company got going for it? You could say the same thing about Bed Bath and Beyond. I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond. I mean, the rumors of a bankruptcy have been circulating for weeks now. But if the memers get a hold of it, this is what can happen. The memers have not got a hold of Hellbiz. Who knows? Maybe they will at some point. And in which case, it doesn't matter if the company is going bankrupt the next day. I'm not. The short float percent is not huge. It's not crazy low float either. So it might be just one of those ones that the memers don't care about. Okay, guys, 11:51. Mr. Varley will be showing up pretty soon, I think. So what I'm going to do, just put my, well, I won't put my announcement in yet. What I will do though is put the YouTube link in and you can listen to Chris between 12 and 1 while I do take my break and hopefully come back revitalized. Yeah, no kidding about, I know you're sort of joking, but yeah, new fad. I mean, just put Chat GPT in your press release now and see what happens. All right, GME, you are now below 22 briefly or barely. VWAP is at 22.59. I'm sorry, is that right? Yeah, okay. So the next low looking left is 19. Well, I love to short this one. Issue is I'm going to be taking my break soon, so I'm not going to do anything while I'm on my break. All right, let's take a look at Lucid. LCID. Oh boy, you're you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, aren't you? On as you call it, a slight move. You're right. It is a very slight move. There's the VWAP a whole top of it, 1263. Again, all the rumors about maybe the Saudi investment fund taking over what they don't own of Lucid. They're already a major shareholder. So that was the big rumor on Friday. They were going to get the rest of them. All right, guys, I just get my announcement in here as I wait for Chris to take over. Yeah, it won't be lunch. It'll be a workout. We're on the West Coast, so lunch is still 3 hours away. Well, I mean, gosh, look at this market again. Up, down, up, down. Oh man. Look at this Paltac. What a run it's been on. Have to admit, look at this run this thing has been on since the beginning of the year. From $1.35 to 4, almost straight up. Some bottoming tails here, but this is one of these chat things. No, blockchain. Oh, I didn't realize that had anything to do with blockchain. It's amazing, you know, you look in retrospect, you think, man, oh man, what a move and why? You know, because not really affected by anything the market was doing. Look at the weekly, even more dramatic, looking at it on a weekly chart for PALT. And what's the float like? Yeah, low float, 4.8 million in the float. I don't think this was a meme stock. I may be wrong, but I don't really recall it being a meme stock. Whoa, here's another cheap one, guys. If you're into the cheap ones, just, you know, follow it. BLBX, a lot of volume coming into BLBX right now. 7.6 million in the float. It's a sub $1 stock. I point these out just because, I mean, I know there are people out there that don't mind playing the ones that are under $1. Maybe if it, you know, I don't know, bases a little bit and then pops again. I know some of you like these, but certainly the volume is just coming in. And that is the BLBX. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought there'd be any shorts available at Interactive Brokers for that one, BLBX. Okay, Carvana. Carvana maybe finally giving it up a bit here. CVNA. Look at this market. I know I keep harping on this, but I mean, used to be that you have a 15-minute chart of the SPY. I'm not saying you'd never get bottoming tails or topping tails, but a little more smooth. And you just now, every single day, we seem to get bottoming tails and topping tails. Very difficult to trade. Even though a lot of the things you see here are more or less trading on their own, but even these, you know, I mean, investors, not traders, you know, they're very quick to take profit now, and I don't blame them. All right, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. He should be here in about 30 seconds. FWBI, you've seen this one quite a bit. FWBI, so the next high looking left is 757. Some volume coming in. Like to see maybe stabilize a little bit. Don't want to just chase it up. All right, Chris must be doing something else because normally he's there he is.
I'm here.
Your little ping.
All right. Sorry, I was trying to get out. I was in a meeting with Scott and Michael from Trade the Pool and Andy.
Okay, that's
I was
okay.
trying to get out as quickly as I could. So
That's okay.
A
That's okay.
screen swap. Oh, they changed all this on me again. I keep forgetting that entire screen. There we go.
I don't see you've swapped yet.
Are we good?
There you are. There you
Excellent.
are. Okay.
Perfect. Love it.
Okay, my friend, I will take off. And now, do you have anything going on at 1, or that you
Nope.
want me to be a little bit early, or
You
no?
take all the time in the world, Barry.
I'll be back at 3.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
Okay.
Adios.
You told me all the time in the world. Okay,
I
thanks,
did,
Chris.
and I meant it.
Okay.
I'll see you in a little bit, Barry.
Talk to you
Bye-bye.
later. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Let me get that back that way. We've got my screen. Barry is off to relax for a few minutes, even though I know he really won't relax. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a decent start to the week here. So far, so good on my end. I'll call it quiet. Yeah, so give me a moment here. Let's dive around some stuff. All right, so what do we got right now? I just saw this FWBI making a little noise here. Get out the drawing tools, always good to have. Scrunch this Holly window down a little bit. There we go. So nice move here. I saw a lot of stocks either gap down and make a move up and then fade because of the market. I've seen a number make an early move up and then a pullback, but not all of them have done this like this has so far. Not bad on the liquidity, not great either. Volume's okay over here, relative volume. Just for those that aren't familiar, whenever I say liquidity, I generally mean the shares traded. When I say volume, I generally mean relative volume. On occasion, they'll overlap when I'm talking about those. But a nice little move here. Now it's a little bit extended as far as I could tell. But nothing I'm going chasing after. I do have some big regrets here. Carvana. I was watching it and I said to myself, if it can break 965, I want to be in. And then I said 970. And it did, and I just wanted it for a quick day trade in here, but I didn't take it, and I should have. And caught back up to this 8 EMA here and really blasted back off it again and kind of holding this level. It's not a bad looking daily chart here as far as a day trade goes. I wouldn't go putting long-term money to risk with the stock. I mean, I don't think they're a very healthy company underlying. That's not to say they won't be in a year or 3 years from now, but I'm not a visionary in that sense. So that's not what I do. Not what most of us are doing here, but definitely room here on the daily chart for it to still make a move up here, get to this level here, tool back here into this level, here and here, where you want to draw these is, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder, where you think resistance may be. And just because you think resistance is going to be there doesn't mean anything. So Iris, how are you? Not so happy today. I don't like to hear that, Iris. I do not like to hear that, especially from Trade Ideas subscribers. Let's see. Can you build a pullback race? I have one, but it doesn't work well. No till. Cheers to you as well. Pullback races are really tough. I think I have something that I did a while ago, but I don't like it as well either. And I've messed around with it, and I've never really liked the results of it. Pull back from support. Yeah, so I've got this race here. And let's look at the underlyings in it here. And anybody with questions, please fire those questions away for me. I like it when questions get asked, as long as it's not a what should I buy, sell, hold, or do. But, we could talk about, what do you think of this chart, or what do you see on this chart? I prefer questions that are more software related. What do we do in this scan here? Let's hide the unused. All right, so what we did here is we put a $2 price minimum on this, and we used the position and range filter to make sure things are off the high of the day, but not so far off the high of the day that they're just completely collapsing, and put some volume metrics in it. Let's add a little something to this. And then I would encourage you, take the race and do a little experimenting also. So what do we want to add to it? Well, let's think about when we're looking at stuff that's going to means a pullback, but it's still strong, right? So we've taken a position in range in the day, all right? We've said to here, show me stocks where the price is between 50% and 70% above, 75% above the low of this range. So what does this mean in case someone doesn't understand? Well, let's say the high of the range is here, right? That's 100%, right? And the low of the range is down here. This is 0% on the day, right? And so we're saying, show me stocks that are between here at 50% and 75%, right? Meaning, I know it's a crude 75, but bear with me. So we want to see stocks that are in this range here on the day. So they can't be here at the top of the range, right? And we want to see room for them to run back to that top of the range. And that's why we've done that. The reason we decided on this, because this was a scan that we built together using the Royal Weeks. I don't know who was here and who was not here. But we said we also want to see stocks that are too far below, because then they're just collapsing, right? We don't want to see that. Maybe we take a different approach with this, though, and we use some intraday indicators here for this here. So let's take a look here. And you know what? I want to do this as an underlying top list first. We're going to start from scratch here, all right? So I've got some logic behind what we're doing here, but let's go with new and top list. And let's first give it some metrics here. I guess we'll put a $2 floor on it. I don't know how I feel about $2 floors all the time, but let's use the $2 floor. And let's go with, we're trying to find pullback stuff. Let's make sure we're working with stuff that's got some decent liquidity. I'm going to go with 400,000 shares here. And I see your question on float, Peter. I'm going to circle back to that momentarily. All right, now let's look at stocks that are, let's look at some SMAs here, all right, at an intraday SMA. And we know, I know, and I'm a big proponent of this, Mr. Steve Gomez loves his 10 SMAs on a 15-minute chart, which is very similar to a 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. They're like first cousins. They're like the best first cousins at the family reunion kind of stuff. The 10 SMA on a 15-minute and a 8 EMA on a 15-minute. All right. So let's add this filter and let's say I want to see stocks that they're no more, they could be slightly below because, you know, things could pull back. We're not exact here on things. I want to see they're no more than 0.1% below that SMA. I also want to see that they're not too far ahead of that SMA. Let's throw a 5 on there just for fun. They can't be more than that. Tell me this isn't going to give me a, yeah, oh well. But essentially what we're saying is show me stocks where it's no more than this much below that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart and no more above than 5% of this either. So we know we're not pulling too far away on this. We're putting a cap on how far it can be pulled away. Now, let's throw in a position in today's range. That's going to be position in range here with this D. All right. Let's add that filter. And for right now, let's just start at a minimum of 50% here. All right. We can adjust this. Why I want to build this as a top list is see what this is returning to us first. All right. And let's go with 80% on the upside. All right. And let's sort this on, what do we want to sort this on? I guess we could sort it on change from the close for now. We can experiment with that later. All right. I'm going to label this now. Pull back race, not trace, race. All right, let's see what this has given us. All right, there's a good amount to work with here. All right, and let's take a look at some of these charts. All right, so this is pulled back, right? Here's where it's been. Here's where it's pulled back to. Nice pullback. Catching this here. Now, is it going to spring off this or collapse? Who knows? But this is where we got to be traders, right? So that looks like a decent chart. GNS, not as nice looking, but all right, you know, that's where it's topped out. We're, you know, good bit off there. Again, will it do this or will it do this or will it do this? No one knows, but this is finding us a pullback, right? Nice pullback right there. Carvana, going to look nice. I'm going to like this chart. I know I'm going to like it, right? Look at that. Nice pullback here, right? Now, it's only a nice pullback in the end if we take the trade and it works in our favor. It won't be a nice pullback if it doesn't, but there's no predictor. We're never going to get one that says, oh, this is a pullback and it's going to be a winner in an hour from now. That's never going to happen. But we're finding what we want to see in here, right? These are some nice pullback charts right now. This one, not quite as nice, but this also didn't extend itself off as far as the rest did. That's annoying. All right, there we go. FWBI. Look at that. We were talking about this chart. I said it was a bit extended. It is now pulled back. Is this going to be a pullback opportunity? I don't know. You don't know. No one knows. But we have now found 5 nice charts, what we want to see, right? Can we make it 6? Not quite. Yes, is it a pullback? Not quite, but it's still a very nice chart, actually, to be quite honest. Look at this, pennant that's kind of forming right here. That's not a bad looking chart. Not quite the pullback as the rest, but you're never going to get 10 for 10. That's just not going to happen in general. Very nice pullback on this one here, right? So, all right, we have now found, I think we've got a scan that looks like it works, right? I'd say this is a scan that looks like it works, in my personal opinion. All right, now if anybody just wants this as a top list, I'm going to share it as a top list first, okay? Here we go. Copy. There's our underlying top list. Bang. All right. Now we can turn it into a race. Launch real-time stock race. And we got to figure out what we want from this here. Don't launch right away. Show race setup. Now, we all know how I feel about 3-minute races and why I feel that way. But for those of you that don't know, I like 3-minute races because I like 15-minute charts. That means there are 5 races per 15-minute bar, generally speaking. Of course, if you start the race halfway through a 15-minute session, obviously that's not going to shape out that way, but my races start right at 9:30 on the dot. You can refresh this in any way you want. You can change this in the minutes to run. I am going to go ahead and put a 3 there. I have done that. All right, there we go. Do we want to do it on change from close? Do we want to do it on change from open? You don't want to race on the pullback itself. You want the scan to find the pullbacks. Then you want the race to show me what looks strong after the pullback, I think. All right. But remember, we're always going to be handicapped now on this as well, that we can't get above a certain percent on the high of the day, right? And we can't get above a certain percent to extend off that SMA as well. So that's where the pullback race becomes tricky. All right. And you got to kind of be paying attention and really on this type of thing. All right. Nonetheless, that's why I would always encourage you folks to take what we've done here and experiment and make it your own, right? Because what I see, you may not see. I'm going to go with a change from open here on the race and a delta value. I think all the rest looks right to me. Let's just launch this race and let's see what's coming through it. Or we could just see nothing and don't do anything race. Sorry, it'll take a second for it to catch back up here. All right. Very good. Just go through a few more of these charts here on the top list, underlying top list while we're here. Not quite as nice. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So, look, it might be, we might not like that it's the pro short Qs here, or pro shares ultra short Qs, but that fits our scan perfect. What a pullback, right? Nestling right into there very nicely. AGEN, right? We were working with a lower price stock, so the percentages are going to work. That only a few cents works out to be the pullback, right? Tesla Q, haven't seen that in a while. It's not really Tesla Q. All right, here this is pulled back into it. All right, so unfortunately right now, this is what it's kind of finding based on that sort, based on the change from open winners. Now let's change this. Stop that. Let's do change from close. Let's see what happens when I change this up. Now look at it. Now it looks like this over here, right? So we can see how much that affected that. So I think let's go with the change from close. What this will cut out now is if you have a stock that gapped way down, started a reverse, pulled back, and starts to make a move back up again, you're not going to find stocks like that. But if you have a stock that gapped up, reversed, right, and is finding a base and maybe a move up again, you will find those. Or if you have a stock that, just made a move up, didn't even necessarily gap up with a pullback and now move up again, you're going to find that. All right. So that's what we're seeing here. Let's see. Hog, what do you look like? Very nice. Settled into here. Off this high here. Settled down into here. Is there room on it? Could argue up here to 46, give or take. You could argue up to here to 47, give or take. That is what we are seeing. You could also, you could experiment and not go delta value, and you could simply race on change from close percent down here as well. Change from close, all right? See what you like from here. So this is the kind of stuff what I mean by really getting there and doing some experimenting with this, all right? I am going to have my computer completely lock up right now. And hopefully you folks can still hear me. Anybody can hear me, just let me know, because my entire computer is frozen, it looks like. Let's see if I can... Yeah. All right, I'm guessing you folks can't hear me. Nope, we hear you. Okay, so that's working, but I can't get anything to... All right, fair enough. Sorry, I'm closing everything except for StreamYard right now. All right, let me relaunch some things here. Strange, I had just had Thinkorswim, Trader Workstation, Trade Ideas, and 2 other softwares I'm running all crash at the same time. It's an uncomfortable feeling. All right, but back to what we were discussing. This is why I say take the scan and start to make it your own. All right. I think it's extremely important to do that. Oh, that's even worse because I was experimenting with something here. Oh, well. All right. You got it, Iris. But hold on. I shared the underlying top list. Let me give you the underlying race now. Let me give you a underlying race now. Just give me a moment here. Sorry, I'm trying to load all this software, not just Trade Ideas. That was quite an interruption on my workflow right now. All right. Launch real-time race. Show race setup, change from close. Let's leave it on the change from close. Delta value, I'm going to give you 3-minute races. All right. Wow, my keyboard is messed up. I think my computer's on the fritz right now. All right, here's the actual race itself. All right, so there we go with that. I'll just leave that over there for a little bit, that top list, and cycle through them every little bit to see what's shaking there. Now, Peter asked a question. It was, teach us all how to use float when making decisions. There's no syllabus to this. I would just say that, if you want to consider float in your decisions, you more consider what float represents, right? And the bottom line is, the smaller the float, the faster that stock can turn on you, right? And I would say the speed at which that can turn on you is going to be two things. One is the liquidity and the float, and two is the volume and the float. So you've got a stock like SNDX here, just happens to be on my default load up with 57.3 million in the float, or 57.4 million in the float. Well, that's not what most of us would consider a large float. Now, there are other people that tell you this is a really big float, right? So this becomes very subjective, Peter, in the sense that what I consider a large float, someone else might not consider a large float. And what I consider a small float, someone else might not consider a small float in that regards too. But when you have stocks that start to get under that 30 million and 20 million float, they are going to be able to whip around a lot faster than the stocks as you start to go up in that float. Now, there are people that are fund managers that I've spoken with over the years, and whether they're hedge fund managers or mutual fund managers, whatever it happens to be, they're managing large sums of money. Let's say they're managing in the 20, 30, 40, 50 million. They don't look at stocks under 250 million in the float. A lot of them, they think anything under 250 million in the float is a small float. I think anything 250 million is or above is a really large float. That's my personal opinion, though. That's also their personal opinion. So there's no right or wrong or cookie cutter way to do this exactly. But what I would say to make what I would say to have as part of your consideration, if you want float to be part of what you're considering on this, is to look at how willing you are to accept how whippy a stock can be. Let's look at GNS. All right. GNS was a high flyer early in the day today, right? We've got 10.6 million here in the float essentially. And look at the range that this has. All right. You're not, if this was a $6 stock and had a 200 million float, it would, unless it had some big news, big news, probably not have a range that looks like this, right? So these are the things that I would say to keep in mind for your decision making. There's no right or wrong decision. There is no, this is how you make a decision based on float, but it's knowing what the float means to a stock and to the price action of that stock and to our own trading, right? GMVD, another stock here. All right. This thing has 700,000 in the float, right? This thing could get jiggy with it all over the place. We've seen it up over 7 today. We've seen it down near 5 today. All right. This thing could go crazy all over the place and then some. This thing has less than 1 million in the float. Wild what this thing could do, right? But let's look at something like UROY. This thing, 79, 80 million in the float, give or take, right? This thing makes an early move. I think it's a uranium stock. It's a uranium play. Uranium made a nice move today. So it's moved in tandem because that whole sector moved, right? Now it's kind of flopping around, and same thing here. Right? This thing didn't have that alpha move afterwards. And I would suspect that the float may have played a role in that, where had it been a uranium stock with a small float and uranium had it in play, maybe there's no way to ever know, but maybe you would have seen a more extended move away from the sector itself. So these are the things that I'd look at when considering float. Seeing if there's anything else here that really kind of stood out to me that I can think of. The other thing you're going to want to really consider is how active are the rest of the world's market participants in that, right? Peloton was beyond a darling stock, right? We saw what it did coming in and out of the pandemic, right? Unbelievable move to the upside, right? Big float in Peloton, right? But that only happened because you had some of the biggest fund managers in the world getting involved in this, all right? Now it has become more or less a day trading vehicle and trapped in this range like this here. And while it certainly has some good range to it, let's keep in mind that this thing is trading over 10 million shares about halfway through, a little more than halfway through the trading day today, right? So stocks with large floats, stocks with small floats are not all created equal based on the participants in that stock. I'm trying to find something here. No, that's not going to fly. No. Okay, here you have Grom, right? Things traded a little over 1 million shares, but its volume isn't really great right now. Super small float in that, right? Not much of a range. I would say for a low float stock, this is very little interest in it, all things considered right now, right? So here's an example of a low float stock, some volume in it, but it just not, some liquidity, I would say, not necessarily volume. Just not finding a lot of interest, not finding a lot of range in it. So those are the things that I would point you, that I'd point you at like that. And again, someone's going to look at 30 million in the float and think that's a big float because they're only trading stuff 10 million and under. I think 30 million is a small float. I don't think it's exuberantly small, but I just don't think it's that high of a float, to be honest, But again, just my personal opinion. That's all there is to it. So that's all I got for float. Fire away some questions for me, please, folks. All right. Sorry, just catching up on some messages that have come into me here. All right, so that's that. I just happened to notice BBAI was on my races early and just shot through here. Well, I guess right when we started the session, I missed that here. Oh, well. Well, that's a bummer. Here we go. Look, 7.9, 7.5 million on float, 22 million shares traded, extremely liquid, almost 16 times what it's normally doing for volume. A lot of volume in there. And that's why you're going to see these big moves, and someone might say, oh, well, 3 to 350, that's not a huge move. Well, think of it as a percent though, this thing's already up nearly 45% on the day at this level right here, right? Up, around 50% at the high of the day right here. 50% moves pretty sizable. If you could catch 4, 5, 6% of a 50% move multiple times a day, multiple days a week, you're going to crush the indexes. There's a reason why people don't do that though. It's hard, or why a lot of people don't do that. It's hard. I'll take a look at a few other things here while nobody's asking any questions. Snap was coming through some early races on me here, just kind of floundering around now. See, they got earnings coming through tomorrow, so you probably have a lot of people hedging bets one way or the other. Excuse my yawn. The stock is just absolutely smacked down for so long. Perfect example why you don't buy stocks in a downtrend. Could it do that? Possibly. I mean, could it recover? Also possibly, but are you going to bet against that trend? I'd like to see it. Let's see it capture $12 and $13 and $15 and make its way up without having made new lows at the same time as making new highs. Find a trend and capture something like that. You know, I don't know, Snap has a business model that'll have longevity on it. I'm not a social media guy in that sense, but for those that maybe are and looking for some value, you know, maybe you believe in a long-term outlook for Snap. You know, Snap, I think, is also going to be tied to a lot of what the U.S. government does or does not do with TikTok. Is it going to ban it? Is it not going to ban it? You know, you don't want to tie your, you know, I don't want to tie myself to headlines that have to do with the U.S. government. That's for sure. Or I'd like to be as tied to them as little as possible. Yeah, I mean, I think both money and percent indicators have value. I wouldn't throw one out. I lean more towards percent, but that doesn't mean that I ignore a dollar value on things or dollar move. So there is that. What else is happening here? NYMD is on the move. Whoa. Now, see, this is a tough one here. And someone would say, why are you saying it's a tough one? Volume, 7.5 times what it's normally doing. Liquidity, But here's where it's important. That volume is increasing right now. That is actually very nice. I'm very sorry I did not see that about 15 cents ago. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Now look at what it's running into though over here, right? Running into this. But if it could get through this 230 level, I mean, I don't know. Is it possible to get up here to 3? I don't see why it's not possible. I'm certainly not crazy about a 6-cent spread on it right now. I'll tell you that right now. Bring over time and sales from Trader Workstation. There's a 6-cent spread on that. That's a terrible spread for a $2 stock. You do not, you know, when you press buy on a market, you're buying this. When you press sell on a market, you're selling that every single time. That's how that works on the spread. So that's a spread you would have to work and put a limit order in at the lower end of it to hope to get filled there, and then hope you get filled and you don't get it on a pullback. You know, if that's how you want to play it. Someone else might say, I want to put a stop limit in to buy above 230, hoping to get a trigger and a run after that. And that's another way to play it. Now, spread's closed up to 3 cents. That's not terrible. I'm not going in, but we're going to keep an eye here. And again, anybody with questions, please let me know. Alrighty. All right, so we got the SPY chopping around here. BBAI still floating around. My price alert up here. Not going to jump in it quite like this, but you can't not notice this here. You got this room up to that wick, that topping shadow, and then this topping shadow here. And it's a steep hill that it could climb. Low float absolutely could do it. This relative volume has taken a tick up since we last looked at it. So definitely a lot of interesting things going on around here right now. Take a look at some of these pullback ones here. NVVE, Bed Bath & Beyond, SoFi. All right. Now, one thing to consider whenever we look at a pullback, right? look at the market too. What's the market doing? Market's chopping around. So we do not have the market on our side on pullback plays right now, right? You can see the market is being suppressed by this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. And even if it comes running up, there's other moving averages that people are going to be watching that could keep it pressed down as well. It's stuck in this range. It hasn't broken this low of the day yet. It's made this range for now. It's kind of wedged itself into here. It's going to need to resolve at some point. Doesn't have to, but generally speaking, that's what's going to happen. So just keep that in mind for those of you that are thinking about pullback plays. Am I playing a pullback or is the stock just fading? There's a difference, right? And it could look like a pullback on one time frame, and it could look like a fade on the other time frame, right? It doesn't make either one of them right. So please keep those things in mind. Change the symbol linking. There we go. Nope, not green. Symbol linking to red to my main charts here. There we go. All right. Sorry, I want to close a few things. Is Bed Bath & Beyond breaking out? It didn't look like it on the chart to me. No. I wouldn't consider it a breakout till it breaks out over the high of the day, but is it going to find support and a move back off of this pullback? It could. Lots of arguments could be made, right? I could draw all kinds of lines to support anything. I could say it's a lot of resistance right here at that level. I could draw this wedge or this kind of symmetrical triangle happening right here. And get rid of all that, and I could draw this as a descending triangle like that. That's breaking now, right? I can make it look anything I want, and none of it's wrong. It's all subjective. 51 mil shares traded today. That just seems ridiculous, but okay. I wouldn't call it exactly a lot of interest in here with 1.64 on that relative volume, And again, I can make a bearish or bullish case on this here. Do we have a descending triangle that wants to do this? Maybe. Does it want to collapse? Maybe. And zoom back out a little bit and talk about nothing but lower lows and lower highs, right? Got here and here and here and here and here, right? You can't really take out this level. Right, we just continue to make lower lows and lower highs throughout the whole thing. So, great day trading vehicle, that's for sure. Definitely great day trading vehicle. Get on the right side of it. But JA. We can make arguments for anything on it. That doesn't mean to ignore it, right? If you've got, if you've got a trading plan and it's meeting your trading plan, it's meeting your criteria. You've got a reason to enter and you've got your stop, you've got your target, things of that nature. Get on it. That's, what I would say to anybody. If you don't have those things, then get right away from it. Let's see what else. So Carvana's continued to flounder around here after we saw it pull back, right? Which way is it going to break? Is it finding some support down here at this, 970 level, give or take, right? It can pop back through 10 with conviction. Could it get back up to this 1050 level? All possible things. CBay, you've been active for a while here. This was on some early races. This thing is pulled back. Now, is it curling? Is it ready to curl down, or is it pulled back? On a 5-minute chart, it's going to look really bad, right? Moving averages have gotten sloppy on top of each other. So, it doesn't look good at all on a 5-minute chart as far as I'm concerned. But that doesn't mean there isn't a possible play here. What I will note, though, is that it looks very similar to the market action over the last hour and a half, 2 hours. There's no major interest in it, right? The liquidity is okay at 800,000 shares. The volume is, 1.5 times. It's not, not that interesting, right? So I'd say without the market on its side, I don't got a lot of interest in it right now. But, I had interest early. I set the price alert. Could volume and liquidity come rocking back into it at any point? Absolutely, right? There's no reason it can't. We can see this thing has went on quite a run here over the last 2 months. So could it set itself up for that again? Of course. So why not put it on the radar for the day? So these are things that are on a price alerts window that I have here that I'm kind of going through right now that have been triggered. So there's Carvana, broke through.
MYMD.
It's getting ready to move up. Hard telling, not knowing. Here's MYMD again, right? It's not too extended off these moving averages. Look at how it's obeyed on the 5-minute moving average here. So someone might say, with this as a backdrop, someone might say, I want in here with this as a backdrop. I don't know. I'm tempted on it, but I'm not going to jump it right yet. A lot of volume came in on that candle. I mean, look at that. Anyway, so we can keep price alert there. Keep watching. Carvana still hasn't broken away yet. Still kind of floundering here, but someone might say, look, I like this. How it's got the 8 EMA maybe is wedged under it to pry it higher, right? And I'm going to backstop it with a stop down to this level here, the bodies of those candles, or I'm going to backstop it to the bottom of the shadow of those candles, or I'm going to backstop to the bottom of the shadow of this candle here. None of it would be wrong.
YMD.
The only thing that would be wrong is if you didn't have a reason for it. That would be the only thing wrong. If you got involved in that trade and didn't have a reason for it, that's all. So, but, Carvana has been alpha to the market overall, right? There it goes, popping up over this level. Here it comes, and let's look. We've got a divergence between what the market's doing. Look at the SPY on the 15. Look at Carvana on the 15, right? We've got a divergence going on here. Are you a believer in this divergence? Go for it. And just because you're not a believer doesn't mean you don't have to take it. And just because you are a believer doesn't mean you do have to take it. I do suspect that this might challenge high of the day again. I'm not taking the trade, but I do suspect that that is possible. And there you have it, sports fans. So we talked about Grom. I just want to reset a price alert here. I don't think I have any interest in it whatsoever, but saw it early from the races when it made this move up. Collapsed and back here. And this is still flopping around up here right now. You got these big topping shadows. So was that the end? Was that the end of the move? Is that capitulation? It's possible. Time will tell. Time will tell. INFY. No, nothing doing here. And again, I just want to show look how many stocks that I've been through on this price alerts list with floats all over the place. Here's one that has a 4 billion float. Just because I had a 4 billion float didn't mean that I wasn't interested in it. I was just as interested as anything else. That if it could have, it could have shown me a little something more here, that I might have liked it up towards this level here. Didn't happen. I'm going to leave the price alert. I don't really have any interest in it anymore. But when I was coming through early races, float had nothing to do with my decision whether I was or was not going to be interested in that trade. Here it is here. We can see where the last price alert triggered through. So anyways, with that said, those are the things that I was looking at. VTNR. And again, folks, if anybody's got questions, please, fire those away for me. VTNR. Not a whole lot. It's a refinery here. I love my energy trades, as many of you know. Not feeling great about that right there. think there's any interest. APLD made this move here. Here we are. We're in that pullback. You know, not looking as nice on a 5-minute chart as it does on a 15-minute chart, and it's losing its nice look, as I put air quotes around that nice. But 7.5 times what it's normally doing, just shy of 2 million shares traded. Not going to ignore that. That's for sure. We see what this thing can do. We see what it's capable of doing. Let's move that price alert up this way. GNS, we talked about this before, still pulled back, still trying to hold this EMA here. It's broken here, cross back, trying to cross back again. At 20 and the 8 in different time frames. We'll move that price alert. Yeah, let's move it close to the top shadow of that previous candle right there. And I think this is all but over here. For now anyways. We can see the market starting to curl over a bit. Bring this over. So this is what I'm talking about. The market's starting to curl over a bit. Come on now. Market's curling a little bit here. This is curling a little bit here. And that's a uranium miner. And let's look at uranium overall. We can see uranium itself starting to curl. Can uranium find support here? Well, time will tell. But as we can see that we don't have the market on our side for longs right now. That's not to say in 2 15-minute candles from now, it won't be on our side. But this current 15-minute candle is indicating we do not currently have the market on our side. So we're looking to put any trades on right now. We simply just don't have the market backing us up on it. That's not to say a trade will not work. It's just to say that if it's going to work, it must work counter to the market right now. There's Carvana. Couldn't get back up above that 15 level. Still kind of flopping and holding around here. Reset that price alert. I'm going to reset it for 10:04. And while I'm not jumping in on this trade now, that doesn't mean I won't take it later. I won't consider it later. Certainly might. Jamie, how are you? Thank you for the shout out here. Technically, I'm red on the day. I closed out some swing positions from Friday. Those positions were green from when I put them on several days ago, but they got pretty red today, and I didn't want to hold our hand back any more than that they were. Unfortunate. Just kind of the way it went. I am now currently wondering if I should have sold on this move the other day on P10. I'm long from back here somewhere. But I'm not feeling as confident in this as I was. Natural gas just getting destroyed. I mean, it's hard to find a chart that looks worse than natural gas right now. There probably is a chart that looks worse than it, but it's got to be hard to find one. Just absolutely destroyed and completely contrary to what I thought would happen with natural gas this winter. I really thought when we saw this move here that we were going to see more of this and not that. But that's not what happened. Oil, however, has stayed very strong in comparison. Oil's, held very well compared to natural gas, and XLE, still sitting real nice. XOP's not looking quite as nice, but still, still sitting up there okay. IYE, another energy ETF here, still sitting, they look okay, and that's with natural gas being probably the worst performer now over the last 6 months, I'd have to say, right? I'm comfortable saying natural gas is the worst performer over the last 6 months. Only the last 4 months anyways. So just kind of strange hindsight trading here, Yeah. So red on the day for those positions. But, well, we'll see. All right. So MYMD here, we saw this high flyer. And this is why people that rush into stuff like this are doomed to make the same mistakes that I make a lot. I still do on occasion. Take some discipline to not want to, jump right in on that. Let's see what happens here. We can see here, look, big volume and big price spike at the same time. Was that capitulation for a reversal? Right now, it looks like it. But let's see what happens when some moving averages catch up and some feelings catch up. And what do I mean by feelings? Well, there's going to be people that got involved in this trade, maybe in here and here and here. And have they sold any yet? Are they buying back in? Are they people that had FOMO that missed back here and then bought here? And now do they want to sell? Do they want to hold? That's what I mean by feelings. There's humans involved in this. What are they going to do? Your guess is as good as mine. But what we can do is prepare ourselves, formulate a plan now. If this is a stock you are possibly interested in, what's your plan for it moving forward? Is your plan to just not look at it? Is your plan, if it gets above this, I'm doing that? If it gets below this, I'm doing that, right? Have your plan ready. Know that sometimes the plan fails. That's fine. Plenty of those happen, right? As long as you stuck to that plan, that's all that matters, right? All right, that's all I got right now. SWIM.
Snap.
I believe this was making a move when we first got together here shortly, right? Just a few minutes ago. And more than a few minutes now, but relatively speaking. I believe this had made a pretty good move when I first joined you folks. No, this isn't it. Definitely not it. Is it? I felt like there's whatever we looked at had more volume than that. That's nothing. I'm not going to ignore it. I set price alert just for fun. Also, one of the reasons I set price alerts is because it's a great way to look at support and resistance. I set a price alert and let's look at this daily chart, right? So this area, it's going to struggle in this area and it doesn't have a lot of volume in it right now. And it has very little liquidity in it right now. So while it could certainly move, and it's definitely moving counter to the overall market, these are things that I consider before putting a position on. But I'm certainly not going to ignore the fact that it's up 9% right now in the face of a market that's down. I don't know, what's the market down? What's the SPY is down 0.8%, 0.82%. It's not terrible, but at the same time, certainly not up. YMAB. So, another one here. This thing is kind of flopping around. Break even with the day here. Not much liquidity. I know it's doing, almost a little more than 2.25 what it's normally doing for the day. And we've seen a volume increase here, but rejected off that 460 level. If we were to, let's just put a price alert there. And let's just watch what kind of resistance that's going to run into. There's the price alert. We can see it come over here and we can see there's a big area for it right now, right? Big area. However, it's quite a gap right there. And even more so if we draw it from the top of this collapse that it had here. So two tales to tell right now. One is careful holding any stock that has therapeutics or pharmaceuticals in its name overnight, because you do not want to be the victim of something like that. The second tale, though, is let's pay attention, because gaps do like to get filled. They do like that. They don't always do it. They don't always do it when we think they're going to do it. But ignoring something like this could certainly be a big miss. Oh man, this is going to sting when I look at this chart. So this is one of the stocks that I jumped out of my position today. I had a long position in this. I took a long position on this day here and sat through that and then sat through that. And when this started to happen today, I got out here. And of course, now this is happening. Semiconductor. All-time highs are right back around here somewhere. Right? Because this is not a stock, doesn't have a ton of historical data. Yeah, there we go. So this was a newer issue back at the beginning of 2022. All right, well, I might have to buy it back now at a higher price than I sold it. I'm going to set a price alert here. One might have looked and was thinking triple top, which is kind of what I was thinking here. But that bottoming shadow right there, that is something to behold. What do I consider not much liquidity? Well, it's a dual question based on time and shares traded. Something that is traded 200,000 shares 5 minutes into the trading day, that's okay so far. Something that's traded 200,000 shares 2 hours into the trading day, not so great. So I would base it on those two things: time and shares traded for the day. Those two items. No, this is not the one. This is just my own layout here. I don't know what that means there. NSEEK. I don't know for coming out of Facebook. I'm not sure what that means. Are not trade in XAUUSD. Not sure what that means. I'm trading stocks here. This here is some long-term positions that I have going on here. I'm actually negative on PacBio now. I am up slightly on all of these currently.
I think he's talking currency, isn't he, Chris?
Oh,
US dollar, and I don't know if XAU is Australian dollar.
Oh, could be. He's gold. No commodities here. No forex. All U.S. stocks, or stocks that are traded on the U.S. exchanges, anyways. Obviously, if something is traded on the U.S. exchanges but a foreign stock, it's within the realm of me trading it. There's MYMD setting off a price alert. What are you thinking on this, Barry?
That's the one that the guys were involved in earlier, right? MYMD.
I don't know. It doesn't have a ton of liquidity in it. It's only 650,000 shares traded, but it's doing 8.5 times what it's normally doing.
Yeah, so
it's one of those ones that's like,
Yeah, I mean, right there that tells you it doesn't trade very much.
Yeah.
With that relative volume. Isn't this the one that the guys were involved in? Michael, they did a 1-for-15 reverse split.
No, that's MNMD.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's MNMD, Mind Medicine.
Mind Medicine. Okay,
so yeah, that's the one that they were involved in.
So what I see, yeah, I mean, looks on the weekly chart anyway. It looks like there's a pretty stern resistance on the weekly chart. I've got a weekly and a daily now up and running, just so I don't have to toggle back and forth. So for me, this doesn't have enough room.
Yeah, I mean, like it looks like that 230 level would be a really big problem for it, and then what? That's why I'm kind of
And then if it can get through that 230 level, then on the weekly chart, 289 to 3. So I mean, I guess it's got some room if it can get through the 230.
Yeah.
Will it get through 230? I mean, that's the thing.
That's the big question.
And obviously, some volume definitely came in for whatever reason. Some volume did come in. I'm actually still kind of, in fact, let me just take a look to see if I'm still interested. Let's see. Nope. I was thinking the Genius, GNS, it was kind of hanging tougher on that 650, 660 mark.
Yeah.
The GNS is now starting to give it up. So I'm
Yeah,
not,
it's starting to, you got all those moving averages curling
yeah.
over. I know. Now you look at the VWAP a good amount, right? I mean, I know it's not an end all. You have no end all be all indicator for you, but you do the VWAP quite a bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a scan that's based on it, but I do
Yeah.
look at it. As much as I look at the 200 day, I'll look at this VWAP probably
Mhm.
second, and so I'm aware of it. And so, yeah, if I had shorts available for GNS, I'd be probably interested in the fact that now it looks like it's trying to take out the VWAP, but I just don't have shorts available.
Right. Right.
But yeah, it would interest me. And one of the things is, I mean, you can put your stop just a little bit above if you wanted to short this one.
Hmm.
Right now, you can put your stop a little bit above it, the VWAP, and see what happens. And you're either going to be in the trade for a bit if it works for you, or you're going to be taken out pretty quickly, but
Right.
with a
There it
manageable
goes.
loss. Look at it now.
Yep.
Look at it now.
There. It's so funny you're saying that. I was like, boy, if I had shorts, would I?
Yeah. Well, I would have. I mean, because I like the way it broke a little bit below, tested it
Yeah.
again, and again, it's just a matter of okay, what's the worst that can happen? Now, on this sort of a stock, though, it could blow right through the VWAP on the way up. That's the
Absolutely.
only issue.
10, 10
So
million in the float, 10.5 million, whatever it is.
well, I we saw this earlier, and I had a price alert set at some level. And I mean, I've only taken two trades today, this one and a small loss on a CPRX short. And that's it. I mean, I've just been finding it's been frustrating this market the way you get that first 45 minutes in the SPY, yay, and then the next 30 minutes, boo. And then, I mean, it's just up and down,
Mhm.
up and down.
No. We're waiting for our Lord and Savior Jerome Powell to tell us what to do in a couple of days from now.
Yeah.
I mean,
But what I'm
I'm
finding
teasing.
though is even though these low floaters that typically don't follow the market as much, of course. I'm just not finding super trending in either the downside or the upside. So got to be really nimble. Got to
No,
be
I agree.
really nimble.
They start off like they want to move counter to the market, and they do for that maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, and it's like, all right, well, I passed that barrier of waiting for the early morning head fakes. Now, do I want to be involved? And then all of a sudden, it's a late head fake on a lot of these.
Exactly. Exactly.
One that almost got me, and I actually have some, and almost stopped me out is GTHX. I took this here. I mean, I waited 1, 2, 3 on the fourth 15-minute bar. I thought it was going to break, and I grabbed it up here, and it reversed, and I almost got stopped out on it. And here it is. I'm just above the money on it now. But it gapped up. It was moving up. The market was moving up. I said, "Gee, I think this kind of looks good here." And well, it wasn't. I
It's not a
mean,
crazy low float either.
no,
I
it's
mean,
not a
40.
crazy low float. But I saw this gap that it's in here and all that.
Oh
And
yeah. Oh, definitely.
what's a low float? You talk to one person, under 100 million is a low float. You talk to another person, it's got to be under 20 million to be a low float. But the same concept is that it looked like it might be ready to go off on its own, and then it didn't, and it looked like the market got a hold of it. Now it's trending back up again. You got the SPY here's moving against it the opposite way, and what it'll do.
The 200 days is far enough away. I think
Yeah.
828, it could keep moving. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the low float situation, it depends what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading Apple and Microsoft and all, the multi-billion-dollar floats,
Yeah.
100 million will be a low float for you. It's that simple.
Exactly.
But if you're used to trading, I saw Peter had I don't know how you answered Peter exactly in terms. I don't use. I have no. I actually don't have any float criteria at all. Like I'm in this biggest gainers from the open that I show all the time. It's not that I have a max float. It's just that, hey, for something to move that percent, like a big percentage, more than likely it's going to be a low float. But it's not that it has to be a low float for me to trade the stock.
Yeah, I had said the same thing. I had a price alert for, and so JA also, their relative strength, those races that I have are based on change from the open. There's no relative volume involved. I'm going to share both of those scans into the window for you. There's one, but going to that float there and having no float criteria, Let me just get a link for this. I had INFY. I had a price alert for it, and I didn't happen to notice till later on that it's 4 billion in the float, but I
Yeah,
didn't care
exactly.
what it was. I was looking at, that 19 level, and if it could get up above 19 and there was some volume behind it, coming out of earnings from a week plus ago, that might be able to get into that gap and move a little bit here. It's not something that moves dynamically, so I can take a wide stop with it, and or I should take a tight stop with it, knowing that I'm not going to get whipped out of it,
right.
based on the price action of it.
Trade.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
To trade.
But
and that's why I've got the two races. I've got my large cap gainers from the open, which I actually do put a market cap of 500 million min and a minimum 50 million float. And I'm always telling, if you're new to trading, that's probably there's nothing easy in trading, but it's probably it's certainly not as volatile as the ones if you don't have any float information or market cap, which can go, you can see some of these that are moving 15, 20%. You'll not see that in the large cap gainers from the open, at least in the way I've got it structured.
Absolutely. So,
all right, my friend.
Hey, I'm chatting your ear off. I didn't even realize how much time had gone by already.
Yeah, 107. Okay, I better get back in both rooms. So
gotcha.
I'll take over. Yes. Just give me a moment. And I'll take over the screen. There you go. Okay, thank you, Chris. Always a pleasure talking to you.
You as well, sir. And we'll see you on the flip side. Take care, Barry. Adios. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I am now back in all three rooms. Let me get my music going. There we go. Well, and one alert from the AI today, the ARLP, it's an earnings play. I just didn't think it would have that much move in it, and I was a little concerned about that level right there, that daily high of 22.89. But hey, it took it out, and now it's the only AI alert today, 22.38. Not a bad move in a market like this. It's an earnings play. But I did not take it because I thought, okay, is it going to get through that 23.89? And well, I'm sorry, 22.89. And yeah, it did. The next high, if you're in this one, is 23.14. And then after that, 23.70. I mean, what? I mean, if this gets through 23.14, I may have to take a hard look at it, because the next high then would be 23.70. And then, 23.85, 23.70, 23.85. So, in a day, this is typically not what I like to trade, but in a day, it's an earnings play. So, it's going to have some volume most of the day. You can kind of see the volume bars here. I mean, yeah, nothing is like the first one or the 9:30 one, but, it hasn't completely and utterly dried up. But I can see, I mean, things like GME, big meme stock, just, snoozing. Even the memers aren't interested right now, just kind of snoozing. That's when I know that things are kind of slow. I looked at this PDSB just before I started talking to Chris. This PDSB, yeah, maybe it's got room to 7 or 8. Sorry, right down to 8 as a short. This YALA has a little bit of room also. YALA, it's a big, yeah, 42 million in the float. It's got room. 425 is the next. No, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, 425 is the next high or next low looking left. 427. But the problem is you're kind of chasing it down, you know. Now GMVD is trying to pop off 5 a little bit here, but you've got well, the VWAP is far enough away, I guess, 593. Very low float. So I mean, this could, in theory, you can see that, you can see the price increasing, and you know that low float has got a lot to do with it. So Peter, if you're still listening, I mean, for me, the float is just a point of interest. It's not that I'm zeroing in on it. It's just that if I look at something and I say, wow, that's a low float. So in other words, I know it's going to be whippy. So if I took this trade, you know I have to be right on top of it. I cannot just, I say it all the time. I can't wander away from my computer and think, okay, I'm in the trade. I'll go downstairs, make some coffee, come back up 5 minutes later, and this could be a $3 because of that float is insanely low. Anything under a million is insanely low. So while it's fun, to be on the right side, because these things, that's why a stock can be up 100, 200, 300, 400% with a float like that. But of course, it can, once the enthusiasm dries up, it can just absolutely crater on you. I was saying to Chris, if we had shorts available for GNS, just as I was getting into the YouTube room and talking with Chris, and we were talking about how, I'm not a VWAP player in that I have a scan that's directed to the VWAP, but I mean, I know where the 200-day is, I know where the VWAP is, and you can see with GNS, if you look at this 15-minute chart, the VWAP was at 619, and it took it out, and then it tried on that second 15 to just pop into it, and it failed, and then look at the failure now. Just underneath 6 to 570, nice little percentage move. And who knows where it's going? 526 could be the support, looking at that 15-minute chart. And we have whoa, okay, guys, cargo. I didn't see this one earlier. I'm sure, oh, wow. Sure, you guys must have seen this earlier. It got halted at $8. Cargo, resume at 9, halted at 10.28, resume at 10.40, halted again, resumed at 12.52, and now halted again. Cargo, CRGO. This was a SPAC from Thursday. Got all the way up to 31. But look at the volume. I mean, there's hardly any volume with this move. I mean, it's a big looking volume bar right there, but it's only 56,000 shares. I mean, it's half the volume is right here. So this is a move on very little volume. In which case you'd have to be very, very careful. I don't even know what the spread was when it was moving. So here's another one, guys. Look at ZIM right here. ZIM, right into the VWAP, right at the VWAP. So is it going to hold it? 1887 is the VWAP. So is that VWAP, that purple line? Hopefully you can see on my 15-minute chart. Will it hold it? and then move from there. But even if it did, I mean, the high of the day is 1910. I mean, what can we realistically expect on a day like today? I mean, look, there's an argument to be made that VIPs, I mean, VIPS, I mean, if it can take out 15, I guess, because then you look left and $16 is the next high looking left, but it's a big float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. I'm afraid to look at Canon now. We saw Canon a lot earlier. Yeah, I mean, CAJ, I mean, that's been a pretty steady downtrend. Not a huge percentage move, but you can see how that purple line, you can see how it has just been underneath the VWAP for a long time. It will not go above the VWAP. So, here's PHG. So here's the VWAP at 1795. So, I mean, if I'm not saying to do this, but I mean, sitting at 1807, it is an earnings play. So you would anticipate, though, look at the volume, it just completely is dried up. I'm going to say you can anticipate that it's going to be active most of the day, but this is what, the Netherlands, or yeah, they're out of the Netherlands. So that's why you kind of see when you're on a daily chart, you see all these little gaps. But yeah, if the volume were still reasonable as opposed to completely drying up, this would be one you could, potentially take, and then you just put your stop just underneath the VWAP, 1795, maybe 1792 or something, just underneath it. So you got a nice, fairly tight stop on something like this, but I just look here and I see that the volume is just, well, there isn't any. So it's a great way to just chop up your account by trying to, now, hey, watch this thing, run 20 or 30 cents, which doesn't sound like much, but on a day like today, you've got to, and especially if you had would that be about a 12-cent stop? And it's a big float, 889 million in the float. And that's PHG. So, I mean, it's an idea. Wow. Okay. Is this shortable for me? IMAB. This is an interesting one, guys. Look at the break here underneath 6. Okay. And when you look left, the next low looking left is 527. So, I mean, there is some room. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP, 619. but it's 10% down, so it did not, I tried to get some. It wouldn't fill me, and I'm not gonna wait. I mean, I think if I don't get a fill in 10 to 15 seconds, I'm not gonna mess around. Lots of shorts available, but the uptick rule, so they would not fill me in 10 to 15 seconds, so that kind of takes me out of the idea, perhaps. Or you could say to yourself, well, I don't want to do it now, but if it maybe I should wait for it to maybe test the VWAP again. In which case you just put an alert around the VWAP and forget about it. And if later on in the day, if it gets back up to the VWAP, then you can make up your mind. Yeah, pretty big green candle. Yeah, in keeping with the up, down, a little bit of up. Well, Dak, I wish you well. It's winning a race. One is 110 races. Over the VWAP. So it certainly held the VWAP for a bit. Boy, yeah, well, yeah, a little recovery, Brawley, a little recovery. It again is holding the VWAP, 111.85. So, it's about 50 cents above the VWAP. Here we go. So here's your first news on it. Okay, this is why I got thumped this morning. BABA got thumped this morning. Here's your first news about it. Okay, share slump on a report it could move headquarters to Singapore. So that's what hammered it down in the pre-market. And then Chinese e-commerce giant says speculation of HQ move untrue. So who's right? Meanwhile, cargo is exploding again on little volume cargo, CRGO, and it got halt. I think, well, no, it resumed. This is just a little late in getting rid of the halt, I think. Oh man, it is all over the place. I'm watching this at 2 seconds ago, this was at 16 something. Now it's 1377, 1395, all over the place. Look at that, 1395, 1515 on the bid ask, terrible. Oh my goodness. Wonderful if you got in around 8, and you're kind of hanging on a bit, but All right, guys. Well, this again, this PHG, I mean, it may be boring as anything, but maybe, I mean, it held the VWAP. PHG earnings play. But the next high is, 1818. I mean, can it get through that? And cargo CRGO just got halted on the way down. We need some more. We need another rumor like we had Friday afternoon. Some kind of a rumor for some company like the Lucid being taken out by the Saudis. Again, it's like a broken record for me, but I know here's the LTRX. I mean, it looks interesting, over 5, but start looking left and seeing all the little areas, and there's the 200-day, not that far away, 535, but all these little areas, if you look left on that weekly chart, where it could stall. It's a fairly low float, 28 million. So I mean, it could have, but 5 times normal volume, only 400,000 shares. Chris and I were talking about this one in their YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, well, again, maybe it holds the VWAP. The VWAP is at 201, so maybe it holds it, and maybe it bounces off that. Maybe MYMD. But guys, I feel like I'm kind of grasping at straws here. I'm not seeing anything if I could look at it and go like a AAA setup. So, there are days, that grinding days. This is not one of those 4 or 5 days that others have referenced and myself that, great days to make money in the market. To me, this is just not one of them. Too many stocks just not trending that much. And I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? And you may be right. It's just not showing up on my scans. And here's Beyond Meat. I mean, Beyond Meat, BYND, I just wish it wasn't so close to that whole number because when you look left, I mean, look at the room it's got underneath. The low of Friday is around 16, 20 or so. But, I'm reluctant to do anything near a whole number also. Okay, guys. Well, I guess I have to do a video. I'm not sure what one I'm going to do it on, but I have to do a video. So let me All right, guys. Okay, so what time is it now? 1:31. So I'd like to give myself 10 minutes just in case I have some technical issues. All right, muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm now back and now I gotta fix this. Ugh. All right, why is this happening? Why is it very small? There we go. Somebody goes long GLYC earlier or a short? I saw a reference to it. Anyway, this is yeah, lots of shares available to short for GLYC at Interactive Brokers, but coming into 286, I guess if I can take that out, 258, the next low. Well, there's AMC dropping down below 5. AMC dropping below 5 now. Not not giving me shorts for this one now at Interactive Brokers. All right, short this GME just because. Okay, 2182, very tight stop. I'm saw that little pop up here through 22, so if it gets anywhere close out in the high 80s, I'm out. Just want to see it's got some room, I guess. There's the VWAP, like 2246. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's not the, never mind, that's not the VWAP. I don't know what these lines are. Well, I do know what they are, but 1943 is the next low looking left. So we'll see a couple of topping towns, see if the market continues down. Might give me a little bit of a trade here for GME as the meme stocks start to lose a little bit of their luster. So all I'm doing right now, just watching the SPY, because I think these memers are kind of following the SPY to a certain extent right now. So it gets back up to 82, I'm out. 21.82, I'm out. Okay, guys. Wow. Just yeah, okay. Jamie's giving me a little. Well, I almost scalped it out. I have no faith in anything moving in a solid direction, one way or the other. AMC, what are they? Reading something here. Plans to increase the number of its. No, that can't be. Authorized shares to 550 million, and then authorize a 1-for-10 reverse split of AMC. Something's okay. I'm out of the GME, guys. I'm just out of it. I made a little bit. I'm just out of it. I'm not too interested right now in this market. 2182 to 2170. What to do? All right, guys, just internal stuff going on. Wow, look at GME. Well, I'm not in anymore, but that's okay. GME now just would have given me a little bit more. Now, well, if you took this one, if you kind of followed me into this one, again, the next low was 1941. All right, here's another one, guys. AUPH, which, wow, that GME, shoot, why didn't I get out? Well, this is giving me now, would give me a nice little short, but oh well, only took 12 cents out of it. Take a look at AUPH. AUPH at $9. Now look left, 826. The 200-day is 837. So if this takes out 9, you've got a little bit of room. Well, on a percentage basis, down to that 200-day. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but and what's the spread like? I think it's only a penny for AUPH. I think there are a ton of shorts available. Yeah, it's 6 million in Interactive Brokers. So there are a lot available at Interactive Brokers. You know, there's the VWAP at 913. And I'm talking about the AUPH. The market continues to be weak. This could turn into a, not a bad little short. Well, guys, if it keeps this up, I might shut the room down at 3, even earlier. I know I usually say open to about 3:20, but unless something really starts picking up here, get a little excitement in something. The AUPH could be interesting if it gives up 9. Big float, 129 million in the float, so it should not be so erratic. And as long as the market continues to move down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, HSCS is putting out a little bit of a move here, guys. I don't know if Dak, if you're still in this one, the big deal is to try to get through this 222 on that weekly chart. It did do it earlier, 245. Just kind of do it again. Ooh, look at this one, EIGR. Now this got hit hard back in December, all the way down here. And what's the high? 153. So this has got room. This is hard. Look at the volume that came in. EIGR, probably a low float. Actually, not crazy low. 40 million in the float. It's not trading anything. It's only 0.72, so it's not even trading normally. But this is interesting. EIGR, obviously, because the next high is 396. So maybe you have to watch this, well, for the balance of today, but tomorrow also, and see if it starts to, attempt to fill in this void. This is the first day it is trying to do that, because there's the high over here, 153, and you can just sort of see, oh, wait a minute, 157 and 158. So it did try a couple of times, but now 168, guys. This is interesting. EIGR. I think it might interest some of you. All right, guys, what time is it right now? 2:01. I'm going to put myself on mute till about 2:10. All right. Well, I hope some of you still are in this. I know Dak took this around, I don't know, 210 or so. HSCS. Big pop here, guys. Good volume came in, and that's for the HSCS. And 222 did not prove to be any sort of resistance whatsoever. The next high looking left is 248, which is sort of at. The next high is 283 on the weekly chart. So that is HSCS. I'm not in this one. I had stepped away from my computer just for a bit. I may have taken this on that 220 break, but I don't know. It may have powered right through that 220 anyway. I may not have been able to get any. I am continuing to watch the Eiger EGR. This intrigues me a lot. Good volume still. Well, I mean, the volume is picking up 770,000. So looks like over a third of the volume is right here in the last 30 minutes. Be big. Let's take a look at Be big. Haven't seen that one for a long time. It got up to 88 cents. Okay. Yeah, there's Note making another new low, guys. This is one that showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown earlier. You know, you would have been put to sleep if you'd taken the trade. You wouldn't have been stopped out, but now it's starting to move a little bit. Note, Note. No shares available now at Interactive Brokers. I don't think there were very many. Even when I first looked, I think there were about three or 4,000. IQ's had a nice little run. I think that's one of those ones that made it into the TI strength also. IQ's had a nice run today, guys. China stock, of course, didn't really wasn't really affected. Well, I shouldn't say that. It was affected in the pre-market like most China stocks, but it's had a nice run. IQ just straight up basically. Okay, guys, Iger, this is really interesting. I think, I think it's really interesting, this Iger. An old movie called The Iger Sanction, Clint Eastwood, like really old. Yeah, all of it's in the move. You're right. There's William talking about Bitcoin. There's a move in the one of the ETFs anyway, BITO. I don't know if it's the biggest one. It certainly trades enough, but there's BITO making a move down. Yeah, GMVD. Okay, GMVD now is approaching the VWAP, I think. 1588. So yeah, there it is, guys. So it's approaching the VWAP. Got up to 1575. The VWAP has repelled it so far. Is it only 216? Man, some days, for me anyway. Sava, guys, Sava on the way down. Sava. Now, what's the next? The low looking left is 2738. So that could hold it up. Yeah, so the GMVD could be a real late bloomer here. As high as 724 earlier. It's still maybe struggling to get through that VWAP at 588. Well, okay. I mean, if it can get through all of this, then your next highs are 327 and the fantasy level, 425 and $6 for HSCS. Low float, 6 million in the float. Have to watch it tomorrow, obviously. See if it has any sort of a keep an eye on the GMVD, guys. The GMVD now is really testing that VWAP. The VWAP is 588, so it's really testing it now. Boy, again, guys, why do I wait? I don't know if it's going to happen later on, but why do I wait? I mean, that's exactly the reason why I wait. Look at the GMVD. I mean, it tried. It got close. It got into that V. That purple line is not the actual. It was very close to the number, 587, and it got to 583, and it pulled right back down 60 cents. This is how I prevent my account from getting chopped up, because I do not take something in anticipation it's going to happen. Oh, look at that topping tail. Look at that topping tail for GME, guys. I mean, the buyers tried like heck to get it through that VWAP or that area anyway. The sellers just said, no way. For a while anyway. And the volume was there. It was pretty good volume. Boy, only 7 minutes have gone by since 2:15, or 8 minutes. Well, GME is actually, I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but if you did take it around the time I was talking about it and you held on, it's not doing too badly actually, from the 2185 area, 20, break of 22. Here's some blasts from the past. CAAS, China Automotive. Haven't seen this one in a long time. So what is China doing right now? I mean, the market is definitely drifting down overall, but is China, KWeb, how's KWeb doing? Yeah, not doing anything, just basing. But there are some individual China stocks that are certainly moving. IQ being one of them. Yeah, IQ has not had any real pullback. UNG, I guess that's a good indicator, right? UNG. I know Chris was talking about this one in the wow, what a move. Well, looking forward to tomorrow because we'll definitely have way more earnings plays to take a look at. A lot of companies will release after hours today, plus pre-market tomorrow. Definitely have more earnings plays to look at. And give you an idea how many earnings plays there are this week. I think there are about 250 this week. Yes, actually, there are about 360, 380 this week. And the reason I mean, the only reason I care about earnings plays is that typically a stock is active all day. That's all. So we have about 380 this week. And next week, I'm sure we'll have a lot more. Nah, only 400. Yeah, S&P I don't care about, JK. I mean, I know what you're saying though. I do know what you're saying. I'm more interested in those second and third and fourth tier companies that release earnings. I don't really care about the Amazons and the Microsofts and all those. Get those out of the way because it's those other ones that can really have some big percentage moves because they typically are not in play until the day they have earnings. Oof. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if you have any questions, please ask them so I can keep my mind active here. Look at the SPY guys now. Yeah, so everything is down. Dow, of course, SPY's down. I'm sure, and we're going to challenge that 400 mark again. What is the SPY's 200 day? Is it still around 395, 396, 394? So see, yeah, 395. So the SPY is just under the VWAP now, 402.98. So it's underneath the VWAP, and so it's in between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Well, okay, here's cargo. So volatile. I don't even know what the spread is. 1281.13. So I mean the spread is tightened a little bit for it. 1322 is the VWAP. So I guess if it could take out the VWAP, maybe there's a trade in it. That's for the CRGO. So the two Gs have basically given up. GMVD and GNS. I was sort of hoping that maybe one of them would have a nice end of day pop, and it still could happen. I mean, there's an hour and a half left. Anything is possible, but certainly doesn't look good now. Okay, guys, Iger's trying to make a little bit of a move. This should be really interesting next couple of days, including today, maybe. I typically look at a 15 no till. I do have a 5 up, but I typically just look at a 15-minute chart. That's just me. That's not a recommendation. There are some that will look at a 2-minute chart or a 1-minute chart. Whatever works. For me, I've just found that a 15-minute chart works the best for me, generally speaking. Doesn't mean I won't look at a 5, but generally speaking, a 15-minute chart is what I like to focus on. And then, of course, the daily and the weekly, looking left to see what sort of room it has. Yeah, I don't believe there's bottoming tail for RLH, RLJ. Okay, guys, so unless something really startling happens, I think I will shut the room down around 3, about 20 minutes earlier. Yeah, you are right. CVNA is above 10 again. And yeah, through the VWAP, 978. Looks like there could be some resistance around 1017 if I could take that out. Maybe it has a shot to the high of the day. Wow, look at Beyond Meat giving it. Remember, this was up to $20.40 on Friday. Right back down to 16.69 now. Was actually looking at shorting this one earlier, but see these topping tails? I mean, that kind of dismayed me. At the beginning, they kept popping up to 18. I just kind of said, the heck with it. But I guess here at 1 o'clock, tried to get up to the VWAP and then failed. And then since then, it has just dropped. The VWAP is 1753. So almost $1 under the VWAP now. Another one just sinking here, guys. Imagine IMGN. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute, and if you have any questions, I'll hop right back on the mic, but I'm probably going to shut the room down around 3 today. Okay, Stuart, I can't answer that question. I don't know what that means. Are you talking, were you using Brokerage Plus when you did this, when you got that message? Or were you just using your broker? So you were just within IB and you got that message. Yeah, I can't answer that. I'd never used trailing stop, so I'm not sure why you would have got that message. And we can't help then in that regard. I thought maybe you're using Brokerage Plus and then you could send the log files, but can't help. Sorry. Yeah, that's interesting. You'd have to you'd have to contact IB, obviously to find out why that message happened or occurred. If you get a message, if you get an answer from them, let me know. Maybe post it in case that comes up with somebody else. I can at least help them. But I have no experience with trailing stops at all with IB or ever. I just don't use them, so not familiar with that message or why you would get it. All right, guys. As I said, I think I'll wrap it up now. I know a little 20 minutes early, but just kind of cruising into this close right now. So thank you for all the help, as always. Oops. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Just give me a moment. Okay, yes, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. It won't let me close. Hmm. Actually, kind of hung up in the trading room. Hmm. All right, I'm going to have to do the end task.